Yo, no maniacs, super no maniacs. Welcome into the show. This is some extra sauce, man. When we give it to you a little bit extra, throw a little bit of sauce on it, a little bit of gravy, and all that kind of stuff. And we just kick it, man, and be really, really regular. Talk football, food, whatever we're talking about this night. That's what we're going to do, man. But it's a whole bunch to talk about tonight because I kind of been waiting on this, guys. I've been waiting on the veterans to mix in with the rookies and them get into that period. I think this is phase 3 of OTAs where they're in the second part of install. This is day 2 for them, first day for the media. And, some notes came out of it. I can't really say I'm a big podcast watcher anymore, man, because I just be so busy, especially these days. Kids know what I'm talking about, just trying to get other stuff together. And but I had to turn on chgo today to get the latest and the greatest of what's going on inside of Howard Hall. So they let those guys inside the building. They got a good look at what's going on, and their brief synopsis of what has been going on inside there. They can't say everything that they saw out there because they're under some kind of guideline or restriction. So what they told us was a bunch of who's there, who wasn't there, what this looked like, what that person looked like without giving up any kind of schematics. And so I found some of the stuff to be very interesting. I don't know if you guys got all that information, but if you didn't, you're going to be, I think it's going to be some pleasant surprises tonight, man. We're going to talk about all of that stuff and whatever is going on around the Bears situation right now. So before any further ado, let me pass the rock over there to Canada, man. Pick it up and shoot a jumper, man.
Boom. Hey, it's Wednesday night. It's extra sauce. We're going to chop it up. I'm right there with Nomad. So this week I've been doing some extra work on this damn website trying to get this puppy up and running, and it's starting to look fresh and clean and nice. I'm also putting in some work last night on a little thing we call the Superflex show. So I started working on that season 2, coming at you live and direct for you fantasy football lovers. We're gonna put some good hard work into this puppy and get her launched a little bit earlier this time around. So hence the reason why I'm talking about it here in the middle of May. But got a little bit of work on that, a little bit of work on the website, and I'm so far removed from a bloody podcast that I'm slightly out of the loop. I'm just admitting this to everybody in the world right now so that they know what's going on. Haven't watched the chgo in about a week or two. Miss Greg Gabriel this week. I miss Greg Gabriel. I didn't get the chance to check him out because I usually do. I usually follow up with Greg and see what his take on all this is, because he's definitely somebody that I respect in the industry, with given his tenure as a scout. Folks like that I just haven't really had the chance to check out, including some of these. There was Colin Cowherd with Ben Johnson. Like I see these things, I'm like, man, I just kind of out of focus on doing some other stuff. So that's really where my headspace has been. But even then, man, we're gonna chop it up tonight and try and get me a little bit more acclimated with where we are right now, because in my opinion it's slightly a bit of a lull, and that's fine. It gives me time to really focus and double down and drill down on some real cool stuff. But hey man, I see all y'all out there, and give a little bit of love for those who love us. And we're gonna start tonight off with the good minister. Charles Johnson's out there in the chat. Big shout out to him. He's a super no maniac. You should be as well. Jake following right up behind him. King Booker World with the wrenches out there, just thrown down in the chat. Paul Rodriguez is with us tonight. Levante Rogers, he's also a super no maniac. Liberty's Outlook's rolling deep with us. We got Dan Brown and Derek Guy. One more super no maniac for the bunch to rule them all. AC Adams holding it down with us as well, man. Hey, and most importantly, my guy Triple R is right underneath me with the mic, man. So you pick it up where I left off, brother.
Boom. Yeah, right on. Real quick and simple, plain to the point. A little self-promotion for you boys. You're already right here on the Nomad Network, showing us some love. So you go to Kids of Canuck. You know what I'm saying? He's from Canada, but it's still all love. You know what I'm saying? You see him, you love him. He looks like he tastes like maple syrup. I know. We know. Kids of Canuck, that's the channel there on YouTube.
He does.
And settle down, kid. Settle down.
Sorry.
And my own channel, Sports Chicago Style. go ahead and subscribe and all that good shit. And then before I pass on to Nomad, let's have a little drink for the
Cheers.
Jim Irsay. You know, rest in peace.
What?
There's a couple of people this week, man. Who
What?
else? Oh,
Yeah,
major Bears fan passed away, y'all.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Slow down now. Jim Irsay passed?
Yeah, Jim Irsay passed this evening.
Oh, wow.
Big
As
Bears fan.
well as George Wendt.
George Wendt.
I think that was just the day before, right?
Norm. Huh?
Yeah, that was like
yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, but Jim Irsay was like this evening, a few hours ago.
Oh, damn.
You know, man, how he like living, so I'm gonna pour it out straight down my gullet.
Right. Let me find that graphic, man, because that's the only way to be, man. You know, that the way that guy lived, man, he lived that. You guys just talk for a second. Let me find
He's
that.
He's just jet set, yacht life. You know what I mean? That's Jim.
Jim was like, "Look, I got this money. Let me enjoy this money.
Just throw this money at
whatever." You know he didn't go out like, let's say, a Bill Belichick, you know, and get locked down by one of them. He was like, "Hey, you know, he was on his yacht. He was probably. I'm living vicariously, but probably sniffing coke off of the tight asses of all the cheerleaders."
Hey, Trips. You know what? Jim Irsay, I saw that fool in a Western about a week ago. In a Western, man. Google that. He's in a fucking Western.
Yeah, it must be the shittiest Western of them all.
Actually, it wasn't bad at all. I think he executive produced it.
Well, that's the only way he would get into a Western.
Was it rough?
I mean, that might be right, but I'm just saying, you know,
that's like the rich homie who owns the Asian guy, but he's like kind of badass. Oh man, 10 cents. Somebody help me out. I'll help myself out.
Y'all keep talking for a second. I'm gonna find that graphic. That's
what
crazy.
You mean? Asian gotta be producing stuff and just make sure he's in his own shit,
bro. He owns
Y'all should Google that shit, man.
Not Temu. Damn, he's like big money. AliExpress. I think it's the guy who owns AliExpress. And since
hey, you know what I'm saying? You got it, you flaunt it, you live it, you enjoy it.
Hey, Jim Irsay is like Frank Sinatra. You live like me. You only need to live once.
He did it my way.
Give me a couple more seconds. I'm gonna find it here in a second.
Don't make me break into Frank Sinatra now.
Oh no.
This shit was funny, man, because this is
blue eyes, get some.
I'm sure he wants to be remembered in the way he lived, man. You know what I mean? He's a hell of a guy.
He kicked it.
Tony Ma.
Tony Jaa? No, not Tony Jaa.
I think it's Tony Ma is his name.
No, that's a different guy.
Here we go. Remember this one?
Yeah, that's the dude. You know what I mean?
That's how he was rolling, man. Weekend at Bernie's. Man.
Turn up those party lights tonight. Whenever he was in the house, it was on.
Hey, you know what? I don't mean to make light of somebody who just passed away, but I think in the vein of his existence, I bet you he would say, you know, I don't want nobody to feel sorry for me. I had a good time. Y'all should have a good time. You know what I mean? I live my life. That's what I think he would say, just based on his actions and what the partying, the drugs and the alcohol, man. That dude was knee deep in it. Knee deep.
Man, you know, he had the Viagra on repeat order at his pharmacist.
Wow.
Damn.
He's like, can I double dip this month? I'm going to Vegas and then over to Monte Carlo for a bit.
Damn. Yeah, man. When you got it like that, you just go. Right?
Hey, Dan, hey, Dan, what's your neighbor playing, man? What kind of R&B is he playing? Who you hear over there?
Man, because you see how Cliff Kingsbury went to Thailand and over in Southeast Asia.
R&B. What are we talking
you know how they be getting down over there. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't legal over here.
Around the bad boys and shit over there.
That's a whole other thing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hearing way too much about that lately. I want out. I don't.
So what, Thailand?
Oh yeah, man. My boy's
Oh,
my boy's been married to 3 Asian girls, man. 3 different ones. He just divorced his 3rd Asian girl, and like a 4th one passed away in the middle of all that. I'm just saying he's right in. So he's like, damn it, forget it. I'm just gonna go there where it's at. I'm like, man, you don't know what's cracking over there. There's some, you get tied up like NXS, Michael Hutchins, and you never come back.
look at Dan's name.
Right over here
We got some
and give
Russian-
me a moment. You
Look
move,
at
I
Dan's name
do wrong.
bumping you
I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know you are my kind.
Dan Brown's neighbors over there bumping some kids of Canuck. Luther.
Oh shit! Fat Luther, or Skinny Luther. You know, are you hearing something like a chair is not a chair, even if there's no one sitting there?
Oh,
All right. Anybody got any nice?
I'm way more Ricky Bell, bro. I'm just
There's no one there.
I done got myself
Oh,
into.
Lord.
So anybody got any nice, kind last words for Mr. Ursay here before we go?
Rest in peace, bro. SYOTS, even though I never knew you. Deuces.
All right.
Levante Rogers. Wow.
Hey man, you know what? I don't know if it's a life well lived, but it's a life lived. I know that. He had a good time.
Man. Look, come on now. My guy did what he needed to do. He made a whole bunch of money and just went buck wild. And if you have the opportunity to be a success and just live with reckless abandon, go for it, bro. Go
party like a rock star.
Yeah, man. Go do that thing. Like, what's the point of being a success and making that kind of money if you can't just go buck wild crazy?
The man
once
was
in a while.
in his 60s, man.
Come on. When is he supposed to do it? He's supposed to do it when he's 20, when he's broke?
At some point, you got to stop.
No.
And do what? Go out like Bill Belichick?
Oh, man.
No, you don't stop. You just go. You go hard, man.
You know, Bill Belichick put the ring on
hard. Go
hard.
hard.
What the hell wrong with you?
Oh man.
Just get that daily IV drip. You'll be doing just fine.
You know, he can get the fresh electrolytes and hemoglobin. You know, he got enough money to go to Thailand, find a kid who's the same blood type, and just had a kid follow him around, you know, for fresh blood transfusions when necessary.
Just in case, I mean, he's not a vampire, but, you know.
Well, I mean, if you need it, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? He got blood on tap if he needs it.
Because guess what? He can hire medical staff, follow him around in his private jet. Man, he don't have
you need a transfusion, Jim? We got you.
Hey, Pepe, come here. Bring your ass.
Hook
it up.
I remember it was a time in my life, man, like for about good 9 months. I got into Percocets a little bit.
Oh,
watch out.
Yeah, not like no every day. It was just like when I'm out.
You don't get into Percocets for a little bit.
No, it was just it really was. It was just, you know, hanging out somebody. I was like, all right, let me try this motherfucker. And I was high as a motherfucker, man. And immediately I knew in my soul, I was like, boy, you better leave this shit alone real fast. You like this shit a little too much. And it only lasted, it was like every weekend for about 6-7 months, maybe. It was like that. And then it was over with. And I was just like, nah, I gotta drop this shit. You know what I mean? I ain't the addictive personality type, but you know what I'm saying? When you know you like something a little too much, that's probably something you need to stay the fuck away from, right? So that's just all it was.
I'm that guy. I would be addicted to all sorts of things, but I know better. You know what I mean? The little things that I was addicted to, I'm no longer addicted to, which is great. And that's just smoking. That's where I'm at, right? So quit all them things. But outside of that, I can't. I know my personality. I can't do it, or else, you know, like even when I go, like if I'm in the hospital and they're giving me hard drugs, man, I don't like it. I need to be of sound mind. I don't like it at all. So I just fall asleep when I wake up.
Hey dog, when you fucking with them hoes, man, you get out there, man. You be out there. I ain't never done no like hardcore shit. I was just a couple of. I probably say that shit. If I had to guess, I probably took
Yeah,
about 15, 17
different area codes.
Fucking with them
Yeah.
hoes.
Keep them hoes in different area codes, baby boy. That's the way you live it. You know what I mean? So you bounce into this city, it's like, hey, you got the rocks, you got the blows, you got the meth, you got the heroin. What you need, what you want, because we got you. You know, that's how some people is living. You know, and the addictive personality types, you know, everybody has that thing. Some people get addicted to like the health club or the gym. You know, some people get addicted to being a vegan. Some people get addicted to gambling, you know, or alcohol or any of these drugs that have their own addictive qualities about them. So yeah, being able to utilize the science when necessary, like you in the hospital, you know, some shit wrong with you. And if they prescribe you these drugs for the effects necessary to alleviate your pains or fix whatever the fuck it is, cool. As long as when you get out, you ain't abusing the situation. Like, hey doc, can I get another script? Yeah, because that shit's still hurting. And then you go and then you get your street pharmaceuticals from there. So as long as you can recognize that it's like, oh shit, this is bad. This is bad for me. I need it right now, but I'm not gonna like it. I'm not gonna love it. I'm not gonna want more of it. And you walk away from it, leave it alone. Then you'll be all right.
Hey, Trips, one time, man, I got folded fucking around with, man, you mix a perk with some liquor.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Hey,
turn up those party lights.
Hey, Trip, I got to fucking with old girl, man. I took it to the house. I promised. I said, I'm gonna make you. It's like 4, damn near 5 in the morning. I said, we come to the house, man. I'll make some breakfast. We'll just kick it. I got to the house and I hit that bed and I don't know. I just kind of fell back on the bed. I was just like trying to take a breath. And I don't know. I ended up falling asleep for a second. She came and got me on the leg. She said, hey, man, I thought you said you was going to cook. I said, I'm not, bitch.
It's called the whiskey of dick.
That happens.
That was a brief little moment in my life down in Atlanta, fucking around, having a little too much fun, bro. But you know, shout out to Jim Irsay, man. You know, I think he definitely was eating the shit out them pills. It probably went past that where he was just getting something dripped in an IV or something. Who knows, man? But I could tell by looking at the motherfucker, he was just fucked up all the time. All the fucking time. But that's how he functioned. So shout out to Jim Irsay, man. That motherfucker, I would have loved to have a good time with him. I would have just been like, hold on, man, you doing a little too much, homie. I'm gonna have a little bit of that yak over there. That's about it, man. And where them girls at? That's it.
He would look at you and say, you pussy.
And I would have had to be there. But yeah, shout out to Jim Irsay, man. That man lived a hell of a life, man.
Oh, wow.
Before we get into this bear shit, man, you guys, how's everything been going in life, man? You know, before we get knee deep into it, man. How's everything going, kid? You already told me your side of it. How's everything going? Everybody healthy? Everybody happy? Everybody family okay?
Yeah, things are all right, man. My boy was down here for a couple of days. Got to spend a couple of days with him, but mostly he spent days with his woman, which is fine. It is what it is. Yeah, you know, got to kick it with him. Daughter's moving out again, which is a great thing and a terrible thing because I keep telling her to stack paper before you go and do dumb stuff like moving out and paying other people's rent for them. Hey, Brooke. Yeah. Anyways, that's my 2 cents on the family piece. You know, beyond that, I'm doing all right, man.
They all got to crash and burn once, kids.
Well, no, she now I didn't tell that story. I skipped over that story for her own sake. The crash and the burn has already occurred. So she left and came back. So she's back now. And I was like, okay, well, you're back. Cool. Like, you know, I don't have to lecture you and stuff. You're back because that situation went sideways real fast. I actually put a date and time on it. I say, you'll be back here by March. She was back here on February 27th.
Yeah, man.
The motto over here is think, see, manifest. You fucking all kind of manifestations up.
Hey, man,
What you say that shit for?
because because I've lived life and I've experienced things, and I know dumb shit when I see dumb shit. So sometimes I say dumb shit. I call the dumb shit like I see it, and that's what it was. You know, it was like, if you're gonna move out with your woman, how many bedrooms you gonna get?
Me and my lady.
Mm-hmm.
I always try to get. I've been there and done that a couple of times. I always try to get a spare bedroom.
There's a reason for it, bro. Because when you fucking scream at that woman, she needs a place to go, and vice versa. You need a place to go when she's losing her mind on you, and you don't really have the time to listen to it or look at it.
Hey, hold up, bro. What's wrong with the motherfucking couch, man?
Oh, you can ride you can ride
the garage, the basement.
Hold on now. So
the shed out in the backyard.
I don't want my daughter riding
the
no
barn.
couches. I'm just being real. I don't want my daughter riding no couches. That's not cool. That's not set up for my daughter.
Yeah, she was gonna be the one. Somebody else might. I had to get on the couch a lot of times, man, fooling around.
Well, but there has to be space for y'all to separate. Is the point?
Yeah,
that's all. That's
usually get the fuck out and get on the couch, man.
Now,
all right, we can see that. Go ahead, kids. Go ahead.
I asked y'all a simple question. These two moved into a bachelor. Are you kidding me?
Is that like a studio?
Bro, there isn't even one room.
Hold up, kids. They so her and her boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
So they on some lovey-dovey shit, man. That's
I'm saying I've been lived through lovey-dovey dumb shit.
I've been through that one too. I had a studio with a girl.
Yeah,
downtown looking over the lake.
Yeah. How long did that last? I bet you was beautiful.
It was. It was pretty much.
Yeah, but how long did that shit last?
About a good solid 9 months.
Yeah.
That's not even a full lease.
That's not even a full lease. Not only that, I bet you one of the two of you bailed out.
No. It was her place. I was living that street life.
Okay.
I throw some money once in a while.
That's different.
You know what I mean? I wasn't even up there a lot of times.
I know what you're saying. So you were
you just roaming around slinging dick.
Yeah, you were laying up there. I don't were you paying rent there?
I gave her some money sometimes.
No, that ain't rent, bro. That ain't rent.
I give her rent money, man.
I put a little something on the light bill.
Rent money sometimes. I'm saying
the motherfucker didn't need it. I should just give him money because I come up there.
Bro, I've been there. I've done that too, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I got 5 on it this month, baby girl. Don't even worry about it.
Living at I
take care of business, man. Even though she didn't need it, she was going to school. She was over there at Northwestern, man. She came from money. She didn't need shit from me. But because I would come up there and stay for some weeks, I make sure I pay some bills. I buy some groceries and all that old good shit. Take her out.
Shit you wanted.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to get away from the streets for a little while. I need a break from all that shit. And that was a great refuge, man. But it wasn't like I was just living there, but I was there, when I wanted to.
That's all we used to do. Like me and my boys. It's like, oh, you found a girl? Oh, she got a spot? I ain't seen her in like 6-7 months. I ain't see homeboy disappear. I ain't see it. Same with me. Oh, where's kids? Kids. Oh, we found a guy. He's gone.
And it's like dudes move in. All they bring is a gym shoe collection and PlayStation or Xbox, whatever the case may be.
You're lucky if it's a PlayStation.
Hey, kids, you would not have any idea how much a fucking studio apartment costs you. A high-rise studio apartment. This motherfucker's up in the sky like George Jefferson. Moved on up to the sky. That motherfucker was up there. And you wouldn't have no idea how much a fucking studio apartment would cost you in the city of Chicago.
Shit, $2,800.
Gotta be.
Yeah, shit.
Back in the days, it's probably a little bit less, but still
$3,500.
Good $2,000. Good
$35. There you go.
35. Damn.
$3,500 a month.
That's a mortgage right there. That's
good.
Yeah.
Her people was caked up, so it wasn't really no big deal. I just was one of those people, and I always been this way. I'm still that way. I tote my weight. You know what I mean? If I'm gonna come over there and I ain't gonna just lay up on you like that, that's how I play it, man. I come from a kind of background where I ain't one of them men that, just kind of lay up on a woman. Nah, dude, that ain't me. That ain't me. I'm gonna tote my weight.
I'm gonna be real about this one. Been that guy. Ain't really that guy anymore in my old age, but I've been that guy. And all I'm saying to my, you know what I mean? All I'm saying to my daughter is, look, it's a situation if y'all in the same room and shit hits a fan. You're gonna need to bail. He's gonna need to bail. You need some room. You can't just sit up in the bathroom. You know what I mean? You can't do that. You can go outside, but like to make matters worse, they decided to move out in the boonies. So I'm like, there's no place for you to go. You gonna stand on the lawn? You know what I mean? On the boondocks, you stand on the fucking lawn? No, man, you'll be back here in 3 months. And
Levante, you want to read what Levante said? You might.
All I know is this: we're the only class of people who tell our children once they reach a certain age they have to go. So I'm glad kids didn't do that. Grandma say you want to be grown, then be grown. You know what? I'm like, she can go. I'm not kicking her out.
I ain't tell y'all how kids acted when it's
but you do have a soft landing spot for in case shit goes awry.
Kids
ain't
right back in the room a minute ago, a couple months ago.
You know what I'm saying? The nest is still there for baby girl.
My boy was all cotton swab and baby powder when his son booked up, man. He was hurting, man. I had to console my boy, man, because I don't got no son like that, man. So I had to lean on my mom's, man. I had to call my mom's and ask her, hey, mom, I ain't never really asked you, but how did you feel when I left the crib? And, she was just like, I was tore up and I was scared. And she said, and I was telling her about kids. That she's like, you tell him whatever he does, don't let them know how much you worried and how much you scared for him. Just encourage him. And that's what I told him. And that's the truth, man. If you tell your kids how much you can be worried about them and how scared you are for them out there, they're going to always have that in their head. They're going to be probably not go out there and branch out and be the person they're supposed to be because they worried about you and your feelings.
Well, so like I didn't feel like that. Like I felt, if that's the way your mom felt, I felt a little bit different.
How did you take that?
Say what now?
How did you take that when I told you that?
Oh no, I understood what you said, and at the same time, I wouldn't go about it like that. You know what I mean? Because like I'm saying, I wasn't. It's weird, yo. Like, so when your kids grow up and they leave, it's not really, there's a separation and anxiety there, but it's not really about them. Like sometimes it is depending on the type of parent you are. Sometimes it's really about, you know what I mean? And sometimes thank you. That's really what it was. And it took a minute for me to get to the root of things, and getting to the root of things was like, I now not only can I focus on me, but I have to focus on me now, and hence the quitting smoking and major changes that I've made in my personal life, starting to exercise, things along those lines. But those were like, now you have the opportunity to go back to yourself at 20 and do the shit you were supposed to do before you had kids and sort of got lost in the sauce, right? So that's really what it was, no matter, at least it was for me. It was much less about the kids themselves, because I've raised them very well. I know my kids.
Kaz is ready to let his kids spread my wings and fly away.
You know what?
The place that they long for.
What Scrolls is in there saying, man, here's the thing.
Well, in today's society, it's best to keep a healthy amount of fear. The world is crazy. Well, that's just kind of in the sauce for like my shorty. We lost his mom to cancer when he was 5, so it was just me raising him. So while I am that, the streetwise, hey, shit can go down at any minute, dark personality, if you got to do whatever you got to do to a motherfucker, you got to do that shit. Don't worry about it. I also had to be the tender loving, soft side, because it's like, oh, that's my baby. And you know how, like when the big daddy grizzly bears or the daddy lions and their cubs, and they snuggle and nuzzle and stuff and play and sniff each other and give them zerverts so I got that soft side too. But when letting him out into the world for the first time, when he went to school for the first time on a school bus, I was that dude that got in my car without him knowing it and followed the school bus to see which route they took, how the driver drove, and all that stuff. And I did that for every different route that he had. I was always active in his schooling, at volunteering for field trips and all that bullshit. So I was always there, and I also taught him to treat people with respect, but he's nobody's, punching bag, nobody's dummy, nobody's follower. So when he goes out into the world as a daddy, it's like, oh no, not my baby. But as a man, it's like, yeah, handle your shit, my boy. You know what I mean? So you gotta have that. You're always gonna have that. Hey, this is your offspring, your seed, and you're gonna want to take care of them and protect them and all of that stuff. But you got to realize that you can't, and the world is gonna kick them in the fucking face, and they got to know how to respond from that shit, and not just react, but process it and know what's going on. So I mean, it's that dichotomy. Yeah, I mean, you got to be tough, but then you got to be supportive and loving. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Hey, Scrolls, I'm stuck on Scrolls' comment. I'm gonna read it one more time and give you my take on it. He says, in today's society, it's best to keep a healthy amount of fear, Nomad. The world is crazy. My question about that is, what's a healthy amount? What's a healthy amount of fear? Based on anybody's, assumptions that could vary. You know what I mean? Like,
a healthy amount of fear when you go out with your lady or your family to a restaurant. The healthy amount of fear is, some may call it situational awareness. Where are the exits? How do you get out if you have to? Once you sit down, if you came in that way and you got to exit that way because some asshole is over there with a gun, what do? What is your preparation level? So the awareness, like having a fire extinguisher in your house. You're not planning for a fire, but you're aware that fires can happen. And if one happens, you have the equipment to take the safety measures necessary. So there's a level of knowing that shit can go bad in so many different ways in so many different places. But as long as you have a plan for when that goes awry and you are aware of what's going on around you, that's the best of both worlds, because it's not like you're being shielded or coddled away from the pain or the bad stuff. And it's not like you're focusing only on the bad stuff. It's how to navigate when and if the bad stuff happens.
Well, I like this. I would say this, man. I love using myself as an example. I imagine, I had to apologize to my mom, and I might have said this on the show a few times. I had to apologize to my mom because I was such a outward spirit, and I still am like that. I'm like that now, and I think she knew she raised a tough kid, and she knew that I was for no shit. You know what I mean? And it was gonna be what it was gonna be, whoever, wherever. You know what I mean? And I had that demeanor about me. I think that might have. I guess I might have calmed her down. I never really asked her these things, man. But I think that because I was raised around here, I was always fighting, and she knew I could take care of myself that way physically. She wasn't worried about me in that way. It was just, what the streets can offer that doesn't require, no hands. You know what I mean? Like anybody, I can remember at a time she would not buy me Jordans, and she never bought me Jordans. Ever. Not that
they were taking Jordans off the kids in the street.
Yeah, you like they still do that shit. You know what I mean? Today, she wouldn't buy them for me. She's like, she told her best friend, and I found this out years later. She's like, I'm not buying his ass no Jordan. She said that motherfucker will fight over them goddamn Jordan. He'll fight somebody. And she was just, I was like, I found out about. I was like, Mom, you really think I would fight somebody and I don't have a gun? And they got a gun telling me I need to give up my Jordan. You really think I'm
not a fight, man? You can't fight a guy with a gun. Like,
right.
I say that as a guy who's actually done it, but strangely, you have to pay attention. Look, I don't subscribe to this little comment, Scrolls. I'm not really one for fear at all.
What comment? What's that?
Just the Scrolls is a healthy amount of fear. I'm not. I try to fear nothing but fear itself. I do not want to be afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of another man. It's really a question of that man and not the weapon he's holding. Is he is he soft If he's soft, I've got no fear of what he's holding in his hand. And if he's holding it because he's soft, I also have less fear of that man. And that's just the person that
Hey, the prison is full of soft motherfuckers that don't pull the trigger because they was too soft not to.
And that's very true. And unfortunately, I might get blasted because of it. That is just the mentality that I've always had and continue to have.
Kaz is out there in the robberies like, pull the trigger, motherfucker. Squeeze that shit.
Well, it depends. Well, hold on now. Hold on. Like if I'm at a store or a jewelry shop and somebody comes in and they're robbing the joint, I'm laughing. I'm applauding that dude and saying, "Go!" I'm not. Can I
get a couple? Can I get some of the ice dog?
You know what I mean? Like you throw me a ring, I ain't say shit. But like you know what I'm saying? Like that's me. I'm not trying to stop you. But like if we're in a situation, I'm a different type of individual.
Somebody getting that missile on your ass, boy.
They might.
I've had that happen to me once. Motherfucker put that missile right in my face.
Bro, I told you a little story the other day. I'm not gonna tell it today, but it's a true story. For me and for my kids, what really has been effective is sports, man. And I say that because football very specifically, basketball too, to a very large degree. But when you're one-on-one against another man, you gain mano a mano. You gain new intelligence. You lose fear. You understand how to manipulate the person in front of you in one way, shape, or form. Football's really true and tried because you're really manipulating that guy physically, not mentally or with, it is with technique, but not as much technique as basketball is really just technique alone. I really have to say my son has learned more from the sport of football than I think I could ever teach him, right? Because he's been up against people who are smaller than him, larger than him, faster than him, and he's had to deal with that and win, right? Figure out a way to win, figure out a way to beat that guy across from him. And in that respect, you lose fear. You lose that I'm worried about the man in front of me. And I really have to sort of give football a big thumbs up for that because, I got that from just being like the one black kid at school. You know what I mean? There was 5 of us in the school I grew up in, so I had to whoop ass. It's about that simple. He got it from sports, and I really appreciate football for that.
I will say this is the one last thing I will say before we move actually into some Bears conversation. What you all came here to hear. We're gonna get right into that. Last thing I would say is with the proliferation of all these weapons out here, if you're wise, I'm not gonna say smart. If you're wise, wisdom means I've seen enough in life. My life trajectory has taken me down a path that I'm wise enough to know that, you know what, I might be a tough guy, somebody that can fight and whip on a few people. I might be, I might not be, whatever. But the smart and the wise thing to do is knowing that pretty much everybody you run across, especially in the environment that I live in, you got to know everybody's got a pistol and ain't nobody trying to fight your ass, especially when they know you. You know what I mean? Especially if they know what you're capable of. Ain't nobody trying to fight you. And really quickly in my life, I learned that after, some unfortunate incidents happened, some stuff happened that I was just like, all right, I'm done with all that. You know what I mean? It was just like for a woman in Kansas case, for a female, it's a different set of circumstances. It's all the same, but different at the same time. You just got to know, just knowing how to move. You know what I mean? I think probably the best thing I can tell somebody that's younger than me is just, I told my nephew this the other day when I saw him. I was just like, man, look, trust your instincts, bro. Trust your instincts. If you somewhere and the shit's starting to get a little haywire, starting to get a little outside of the norm, trust what your instincts are telling you. If your instincts are telling you do an about face and move around,
you need
do
to
an about face and fucking move around. I said, that don't make you no punk, man. That just means you know what's about to happen and you ain't trying to get mixed up in it. Save it for another day, bro. I just told him that.
Put that Samo's comment up there.
Yeah, it's a
Hold up,
good. There's some real good comments here. We'll start with Sam here, but you want to read that?
Samo said, "No, you go ahead. I got a frog going on. Go ahead."
All right, I got it.
I mean, what the fuck you doing in the chat, man? Get in here, man. Talk.
So Big Sam O saying, I've never been afraid of anything or anyone, but I've never been a fool either. You have to choose your battles, know your surroundings, and stay on your P's and Q's at all time. And that's facts, bro. Right? That's facts. You have to know what you're walking into or be able to size up situations. There's many times, even though I'm saying that, like, I try not to subscribe to fear, but at the same time, if the odds are daunting, just like Nomad is saying, you may want to step off, right? You may want to veer and detour. And the amount of times that I've made little detours and saved my life, honestly, is astronomical in number. And those are stories that I'll say for other, some other time. But you'd be very surprised at how many times, not necessarily out of fear, but just out of like happenstance, that I've been able to escape deadly, terrible situations in my own life. And I don't know what else to chalk it up to, but the Lord Almighty. So, by all means, sometimes you just gotta pray, because I don't know how, I don't even know.
He's out in Samo is out in Manchester, New Hampshire, for work.
Eat you an apple.
Nice.
They got some good.
He's out there getting all that good seafood. He ain't fucking with nobody that clam chowder. That New England clam chowder, all the fresh lobster. Holla at us, Samo. He's been there since Sunday, and what's today? Wednesday? Oh, he done put on a few pounds with all that garlic drawn butter.
Mm-hmm.
No, sisters in New Hampshire, that's a no.
Nah.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider.
That's like going to Delaware.
But yeah, but he also
has a good one here too, man. The scrolls are saying, my pops always told me the cemetery is full of fearless mofos, and like, I wish I could argue with that statement too. So again, be smart about your fearlessness, because it can come back to haunt.
Let me get to the Bears conversation, man, because I've actually seen some really stupid shit in my life, man. I mean, to Scrolls' point, it's just like if you're moving around in this life, especially as a 19, 20-year-old, if you're not measuring everything up around you, like, you need to be very, very observant and see how things are developing. You know what I mean? You might be out having a good time, drinking, smoking, doing whatever the fuck you're doing, and that's all normal. But then at the same time, I don't know where I got this from, but I was just a naturally observant individual. I can see shit coming from a mile away, and I start moving around, man. I think that's the key to it, man. You just got to know when to move around. I don't give a fuck how good a time you're having, who's there, I don't care. You just got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you riding on the subway. And it's not always about avoiding the bad neighborhoods, because the example I used earlier, movie theaters, restaurants, churches, those can be in good neighborhoods too, because shit goes down anywhere, everywhere. Bus stations, train stations, airports. You have to be in the physical condition to be able to haul ass when and if necessary, to take cover, be able to duck down behind some shit in case, there's bullets flying in the air. You don't know where from. They ain't at you. They at everybody, so they are at you. You got to be able to move from cover to cover. You know what I mean? So you got to have the physical training and conditioning to be able to do that, as well as the mental clarity to understand the situation. So understanding your surroundings, knowing what's going on in this traumatic situation, you need to be calm, cool, and collected, understand what's going on, and never, ever fall into the crowd and just follow the crowd in the mass herding. That's always bad news. But there's a whole thing about it, but we'll get to the Bears news. But yeah, you just got to be aware of what's going on in the world. be as prepared for it as much as you can. Have a plan with your family. When you go out in public places, if you get separated, we're going to meet here. This is how we're going to do this. Don't rely on cell phones in case those go down. And other than that, have a nice day.
All right, Samuel, don't get your ass karate chopped when you get to the house now. Better watch out now.
Yeah,
Watch
be careful.
out.
Don't be
Watch
putting
out.
that on blast, brother.
I'm going to tell you all about Chicago, girl. Come here.
All right, let's get to some football, man, because that's what people came here to talk about. And we're going to get right on into it because we do have news to talk about. And that is, we're going to give it to our resident, cheap ass, and that is Triple R. We're just going to let him take off on this one. Triple R, you just going to skip right over kids and just get to talking about this deal. And what do you think about this, man? He just signed a 2-year, $51 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. Those are rough figures. I don't know the exact figures. That's right about where he's at. I've seen anywhere between 35 and 31 million guaranteed. So, but we know it's a 2-year, $51 million deal. That's what we know.
I'm actually a fan of the deal because of not mainly, but one of the reasons the draft capital expended for him, that 4th rounder. So he had to be more than a rental in my mind to, justify that. At his age, I'm ageist. I'm ashamed to admit it, but being he's an interior offensive lineman, those dudes seem to be able to play till they're like 35. He's the all-pro, Pro Bowl level guard. He has the mental aspects of the game that you want all your young offensive linemen learning from. He still has the physical aspects to get it done on the field. And for a couple more years, which turns out to be like $17.5 million a year, that's kind of going rate for his level of play, as long as he's able to at least have that level of play. So yeah, I'm good with it. It flattens out the cap. I think it made it $8 million this year, so it saved money and allowed money for all of the rookie signings, and I believe like $4 or $5 million buffer cushion left over going into the season. So yeah, I like it.
Me too. And you just killed it there, Trip, because I was all about that $8 million and change that it kind of freed up in this year's cap, because Trey Hendrickson. But outside of that, the guy's a Pro Bowler. We're keeping him in his position. We're paying him to be here for a couple years. We threw some draft capital at the good old Kansas City Chiefs, who could use all the draft capital that they can get their hands on to extend the life with their quarterback. I think we scored well here. I think we paid a fair amount of money to keep him in service. There's about $33 million that is guaranteed to this man out of that 35. There you go, 35 guaranteed. End of the day, he's paid. He's happy. He'll be here for quite some time. He'll help train up the young bucks that are coming up behind him. I'm with it. Let's do it.
I'm one of those people, I'm very opposite of Triple R. I'm very opposite of worrying about how much, he's getting paid versus, I'm just not into that. I just worry about the football aspect of it. And let me just say this, him and his consistency and how he's available at all times. And I'm knocking on wood right now. What you just bought was an anchor to your offensive line. The center is naturally seen as your anchor to your team. No, that's not the case here. The anchor to this team is Joe Thuney. He's the anchor to that offensive line. And if everything goes well, it's because this guy's available. He's playing well. He's communicating. He's getting this thing right. I think we just paid good money for stability. I think that's what we just did. I think that's at the end of the day, to me, that's the way, in my opinion, that's the way people ought to look at this.
Yeah, I got no comments on this. This is as commonsensical as it could possibly be. When I saw it, I literally just glossed over and was like, okay, I got back to messing with this website, because He needs to be here. You spent capital. You can't spend the capital and let him go over the course of the next little while. Yeah, Levante, the leader is Joe Tooney, and Joe Tooney, the anchor, is still the center. Like I'm totally with you here, man. I think those three guys in the middle of this offensive line, powerful. We're not going to see a lot of the shit we saw last season.
All right, now, let me see if I can alley-oop this for Nomad. Get ready, Nomad. You ready for it?
I'm always ready.
I like that in you. All right, so Joe Tooney can play left tackle in a pinch, as we saw in Kansas City.
Yeah.
But hopefully we don't have to put him in that situation because he was not very good at it. But so far in camp, the people seeing those left tackle reps are.
Well, you want me to go right there? I'll go right there.
Well, it's the alley-oop, wasn't it? You got to slam it.
Hey, well, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because you just teed it up. You just teed
we
it
on
up.
offensive line. You know what I'm saying?
So just because if you saw the thumbnail, which you did, that's why you're here. The thumbnail was all about who got the first team left tackle reps. I was totally surprised, and I was watching the CHGO podcast, and that was one of the things that they said. I think Carm said that he was interested in knowing, and he was wondering why anybody didn't ask about that. But Kieran Amagaji, as you can see, got the first team reps. What this means in the overall scheme of things, I don't know. But I thought that was very interesting, that Kieran Amagaji, not Ozzie Trapillo, got first team reps. And there was another guy, I think his name is Josh Miles, that got the second team reps, if I heard that right. And then Ozzie Trapillo was third. We could talk about what that means and all of that kind of stuff, but I thought this was significant enough to talk about. Thank you for that alley-oop, Trips. I think I dunked it. I mean, it was a slow dunk, but I dunked
it. It was kind of a dunk that rattled around the rim, but it went in.
I just didn't want to hear that somebody else got second team reps. That's surprising to me. You'd kind of want to just give these two guys as much shine as you can, get them trained up and battle it out. May the best man win. I wouldn't want to muddy the waters with a Josh Miles or anybody else at all. But here we are. I am glad to see Karan out there, though, actually making his impression felt. And like I say, you got to really, really turn the volume up on this battle. This needs to be probably the biggest camp battle on the roster.
Easy. There's no question. There's no question that this is going to be a highly contested situation in camp. There's no question in my mind that this is going to be a push for basically supremacy, and I like the fact that they, in order to get to this part of, OTAs, when you're in the second day of install, and now you just invited the media into the situation, which is going to feed into everything that they see on the field, and you're prepared for that, right? As an organization. And you tried out Kieran Amagaji as your first left tackle, given Braxton Jones is injured. I do love this because I put a video out, and you need to go check that out. Check out the video, and I kind of broke down what I thought his strengths were and why, during, the game that he really struggled in was Minnesota, I do believe. Mm-hmm. And that was like, everybody just kind of lived in that moment, and they just thought that's what Kieran Amagaji was, not considering the fact that this guy came to the Bears injured, didn't have a training camp, and they thought that they, had him where he needed to be. It was all of a sudden moment for him. He just had to get thrust into a game. And he went out there and he played and did the best that he could at that moment. I would love to see what Kieran Amagaji looks like, given a full training camp, given every opportunity to get reps, wherever it's on the left side, right side, guard, wherever it is. I'm sure he'll touch all of it during this training camp. But I do believe in his abilities. And I said as much on the video. You guys should check that out. I do think that I think we got something here. It's about can people get over what they saw in that particular game? Can they get over that and give him another chance to show that he's got a little more to him?
Well, I think this is the opportunity now. Braxton Jones is like, shit. I can't make the club from the tub. And, Emagaji has a year of experience. So it would seem only right that he would be the first up. Whereas Ozzy, the rookie coming in, he still has to develop physically, mentally, to the point that he knows what's going on. Whereas Emagaji's been through this before, so he's got that leg up on him. So the battle seems to be over there because if you look at it contractually, this is a Braxton Jones contract year. What is Braxton Jones? We know he's good in the run game. We know he's bad at the anchor. We know that he's doing an ankle injury coming off of, so he can't work on being stronger in that anchor. And how much money does that make? Can he be a swing tackle? We don't know because he's never played the right side. So there are more questions than answers with Braxton. And if Emagaji and or Ozzy can provide at least half of those answers, we've seen the Braxton Jones, his departure, 5th round pick, good shit, good luck, kid. But now the future's gonna be one of these two, who's gonna take it, because obviously it's open, the position of left tackle. Who wants it? Karan, you want to be a starting left tackle? Ozzy, you want to be a starting left tackle? Let's go.
I love it. All right, this is exactly what you need. You need to find out who's the real left tackle on this team. And it's got to come from those two youngsters, because everybody else is signed up until 2027, which is great. All right, everybody else on that line. So we just need to figure out who's this guy. And if it's Ozzy, perfect. If it's Karan, perfect. Either way, you wind up having a swing tackle in depth capacity. The reality here is, man, kind of sucks if you're Braxton Jones.
Yeah, I got a lot that I want to say about this situation with Kieran Emagaji, and it's everybody was so focused on the Caleb story, and we'll get to that here in a little bit, and how he looked in practice on top of him not speaking today. That's all worth talking about. In my opinion, we're going to talk about a little bit. It ain't going to be what you guys probably think after what you saw last week. No, it's not going to be that. It's going to be a whole bunch of, just putting out a straight question and getting straight answers to it. But Kieran Emagaji, I saw the traits when I started looking at his tape. I saw it there, and I know he's eager. He's got to be eager to show that, hey, man, you know what? That tape that got me off the field and nobody ever seen me again for the rest of the year, that's not me. He's got to be feeling that way. And he's probably eager to prove a whole lot to this coaching staff, himself, you know what I mean? And the fan base, all that together depends on how his mind frame works. If I was him, I'd be like, fuck everybody else. I know what I'm capable of. But, you never know what each individual has going on in his mindset. So I do look forward to seeing this guy. And I think this would be one of the treats of this camp, is to see this guy in pads really show his ass and just really get down. Kieran Emagaji, I think for most Chicago Bears fans, a great camp for Kieran Emagaji would be a huge surprise for your average fan out there that, thought of Kieran Emagaji, how he last presented himself.
Well, sorry, were you going to go, Trip?
No, bet.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a bad look in Minnesota. There's really nothing you can do. As Nick Rambert was saying, 12 sack human being who's experienced in the NFL versus Karan. End of the day, you also got to layer in the most exotic blitzingest defense in the NFL under Brian Flores. So just the wrong week to be a left tackle. To be a rookie left tackle, probably the wrongest possible week. But I'm sure he just learned a bunch from it. I know the rest of the team definitely did, and they were able to handle that same pass rush quite effectively a few weeks later. So no reason to hold him hostage or hold that against him. give him the opportunity to actually, battle it out and see what happens.
Hey, this got to be eaten at the asshole and not in a good way. And players like Karan and Tyler Scott, who got on the field, had a bad look, and then never got back on the field.
Yeah.
And so everyone has this notion that that's who they are. Do they get the opportunity to rectify the situation and show that they've learned and grown as players? And this is the opportunity for Karan specifically to show that growth and development if it is there. So, he has a huge head start on Ozzy as he's still a rookie, and he's getting a huge head start on Braxton as he's still rehabbing. So, Karan, the world is his goddamn oyster, and if he doesn't reach out and just snatch it, now it's like, fuck, kid, what's really good?
Yeah, I think he's situated in a way, given, he did have extra time to really, really work. He had to work through some injury first, and then, really start building his body back up and get to where he needed to be. Probably by the time he got to where he felt like he needed to be, the season was probably long past due. You know what I mean? And then, you get into the offseason. Now you're in a situation where, now they just drafted another tackle. What do they think of me? All that kind of stuff that must be going through anybody's head if you're in his shoes. And so now there's a certain level of urgency that I think he got a whole new coaching staff in here. You know what I mean? That previous coaching staff was part responsible for him being here. Ryan Poles is still here, but not that coaching staff that was a part of getting him here. So now he's got to prove it to a whole nother level, whole nother set of coaches. And I think he's capable, man. I do. I think highly of him. I always did when we drafted him. I just thought, guys like him, to me, you come from a school like that, and the first thing people want to think of instantly when you hear, okay, we just drafted a offensive lineman from Yale. Okay, how good can he be? He's from Yale, right? People naturally go there. That's where everybody's minds go. But can you shake that off you and just watch the traits, watch the physicality, how he plays? Is he set up technically in the right way to compete for this job? And I think, I showed some things in that video that can kind of lead you to that notion right there.
Well, there's a couple comments there in the chat. Samo said it, and of course, let's see, was that Nick Rimberg about the offensive line coaching, the comparison from previously Simo, that funky son of a bitch, versus now Coach Rochar. And, Coach Rochar is gonna live up to his reputation, hopefully, and get the best out of these players. And Samuel also said that Joe Tooney spoke highly of Karan, saying that he's, really smart and really strong. And so, with Joe Tooney playing to his right, directly, that's really, the coach on the field in the huddle kind of thing that everybody wants from the veteran leadership. So, I don't think the situation could be any better set up for Karan to be, the day one starting left tackle, but it's on him now.
The guy has some really good traits, man. And I do think eventually, as he starts to grow with this new coaching staff, tries to get in line with what they're asking him to do, what techniques they're trying to use to really, what they're trying to do to really get the scheme off. They're going to ask him to do things. It's going to be some, with every coaching staff that comes in, they're going to ask you to do something a little different than the last coaching staff asked you to do. So he's just getting himself acquainted with that. Whatever it is, I think, if he's as good as I think he is, he'll be able to adjust to that really quickly. Now it's just learning the new verbiage, the new, cadence and everything that's going on, and being able to, not jump off sides and stuff like that with the new installs. I heard there was a lot of that going on today, but we'll get to that part of the conversation as well. So let's get to this.
And his measurables, AC saying that Karan is 6'5", 330 pounds, 36 1/8 inch arm length. You know, I think that's the size too. He's tall, but he's kind of not spark plug. What do you call that? Like fire hydrant, like squatty, tall, wide. And he's got that arm length that would give Greg Gabriel, you know, he don't need no Viagra. You see that kind of arm length, you know, that gets him excited.
You know what? Let me pull this down for 1 second while I speak to that trip, because you just brought up something. If you look at Kieran, you know, in uniform or out of uniform, first thing you notice about him, he's got really, really long arms. Really, really long arms. And you start looking at an offensive lineman and what his measurables and traits are. The first thing I notice about Kieran is he's just big from top to bottom. I mean, literally, he's just big. He's a big bone kid. He's got good muscle mass to him, good muscle density to him. So he's got thickness to him from top to bottom. It's not like, you know, the first thing people want to do is think about Braxton Jones and his light bottom. No, this guy's got it all, man. All the traits, the thickness, the size, the hands, the length. He's got it all physically. Physically, he's got it all. So I just wanted to put that out there. Like this guy's, he's needing for nothing. The only thing, if there was ever a question about Kieran Amagaji, and I think I kind of answered that question watching him on tape. I think he's got the foot quickness to recover from a second move. So if the guy comes at him and he bends into another move, I think he's got the foot quickness to recover. And so to me, that was like the only question for me was, can he recover from the second move? And I seen he struggled badly in the Minnesota game, but that wasn't always his fault. But all those things I saw, I think I checked some boxes in my mind with Kieran Amagaji. Kid,
damn it. You nailed it though, Nomad. Like he had a real hard time with recovery. Again, first time out there going up against a 12-sack human being. It's kind of understandable, man. He just needs a little bit of reps, get himself acclimated to what he's doing. From a measurables perspective, right off the bat, Karan's your guy. But I need him to prove it. And I say I need him to prove it. We all need him to prove it. If he can prove the theory, he's going to rock and roll in that position.
All right, let's get to the next subject, and that is this guy right here. Let me move everybody around. So Luther Burden wasn't available, along with about another 10 guys that didn't practice today. Notables were, I even hate to say it because this is gonna be Keds' new Nate Davis, if I say it. Fucking I'm not gonna say, I'll wait. If I say it, Keds is gonna be on his tangent. And we talking about,
I can't be on a tangent yet. We're
going to as soon as I say it, Keds. Trust me. I'm gonna wait till we get done talking about Luther Burden. When I say it, you're gonna be tripping. Trust me.
Uh-oh. So
Luther Burden wasn't available today. He's, I don't know that you can attribute. I heard it's a soft tissue injury. Sometimes you can look at that on his face and, a coach could put that out there in the media. That's what they want to report it as. He did get a little dinged up in the, rookie mini camp. I don't know if that has anything to do with the soft tissue injury. It could be. But, who knows? It could be a hamstring that happened somewhere. But soft tissue injury, I think this definitely hurts him because it's in the install phase. Hopefully he's out there to get the installs. Nobody reported that. Hopefully he's there. He's listening to, what the verbiage is. The problem is he's not getting out on the field and acting it out. And so that makes a difference. So it'd be nice. They said there's no real timetable for whenever he's going to get back. But this, I would just say it's not good, but it's not terrible either.
I'm looking at this list. I don't really see anybody who jumps out.
Speaking on Luther. It's always not good when they're not there. So hopefully it's not serious. And of course, we don't want them to, push the issue now. Let it heal up all the way. And he's a young guy, so he should be able to do that. So whatever precautions they need to take, let them take them. This is, goddamn May. If the installs are something that he can't, overcome in the course of these months, then we got bigger issues. He'll be all right, as Levante said. Luther be just fine.
Woo, 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 woo. I'm not worried about I'm not worried about Luther, man. There's too many wide receivers in the slot already. So, if he's got to take a day off, by all means, do it now.
Right.
Get it out.
Give somebody else some reps.
That's it. Give somebody else some reps. Get it out your system for now. I'm sure he will be just fine.
So let me take this down and tell you guys the other news was I'm gonna let kids take off because I know this is gonna be kids' new freaking
whipping boy.
Yes, it is, and that is Ryan Bates was not available again.
Oh Lord, I'm with kids on this one. Shit,
I'm not even man. What are you talking about? This ain't Nate Davis. This is Ryan Bates.
It's just a matter of time before he becomes Nate Davis. You need a Nate Davis every fucking year, bro.
Well, we don't need Nate Davis.
I don't want to have a Nate Davis. I don't want to have a Velus Jones. I don't want to have a.
This is Lucas Patrick. This is Lucas Patrick.
That's probably actually a better way to line it up. Facts is, I'm just gonna say, there's a $5 million,
savings.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
$5 million savings with Ryan Bates. So it ain't no. I'm not gonna ride Ryan Bates. I'm not saying nothing. He's been replaced, quite frankly, probably 4 to 6 times over on this squad in every possible position he could play. So if he's hurting,
at this time of the year, I would assume that at this time of the year, if he's not okay, number one, this is voluntary, so that should be said. This is a voluntary workout session, but it's voluntary in quotes. And around the league, I'm told that they expect everybody to be there. It's an install phase. It's the second part of it. You need to be there. I'm not saying he's not there, but I guess people didn't see him on the field at least. So, who knows, man? He could be. They could be posturing to move him. Well, conversations could be being had about that. He could be asking to be moved, and they could be having conversations about that. They could be working on stuff to get him moved, and that could be reasons why he's not on the field. I mean, he didn't play enough to claim that I'm still recovering from this or that. I don't think so. I think this is either this guy wants to be moved or they're thinking about moving him, in my opinion.
Well, that would be the writing on the wall. At least I would hope so, because as Ken said, he's been, replaced. He's very superfluous, like that third nipple. Why is he still here if he can save us money and we have younger, better guys at center and, right at the guard position, not younger, but better guys at the guard positions there, as well as younger depth coming up learning. So where does Bates fit in now? His versatility was nice, but he's never on the damn field. And if he is now replaced on the field and can save a few dollars, it's all the way live that he is in play for, not being on this squad in the 53-man roster.
Yeah. I'm about to say some very unpopular shit. I want him here.
What?
I do. Because I know what I know what Ryan Bates can do. I almost said Lucas Patrick. I know what Ryan Bates can do when he's not, whatever's going on with him. That guy is like a piece of gold when it comes to your depth. A piece of gold. It's just when he's healthy, he's gonna play his ass. He's really, really good when he's healthy. I'm telling you.
So if I'm correct, he's got arthritis in his pec. I think that's what it is.
I have no idea.
Yeah, he went to Scandinavia, Geneva, some other country to have
surgery, I guess. Right?
Almost said sperm cells, but not sperm cells, stem cells.
Stem cells, yes.
Or some kind of but but kind of close
altogether.
you know, but or some futuristic kind of surgery like that to repair his injury, his pec, that is, I believe. So this is something that other players have had done, and supposedly they were able to recover, but who the fuck knows?
All right. How about this, man? Let's get into some other conversations. And that is this, man. This is so Tremaine was asked, during the presser, what kind of reps is he getting? Is he getting reps as as off-ball linebacker will and that kind of stuff? So basically they, asking him how does he feel about, getting these reps as, strong backer, off backer, will linebacker. Weak and strong are different than the middle linebacker. And so basically they're trying to make sure that he can touch all of that. And if I were to give you a good assumption right about now, I would say that at this point, even though I didn't hear this being said, it's a good chance that TJ might wear the green dot this year. And that is the guy that's getting the calls. He might be the middle linebacker, and they moving Tremaine off the ball just to see how he can how he can take to that. And I think that's a good thing. Anytime a linebacker can get a chance, he's been a middle linebacker his whole damn life. Him getting off the ball and learning those other positions is always good for him.
Well, now tell us, Matt, what skill set does the middle linebacker versus off the ball require that he could exploit? What would make him a better off ball than middle linebacker?
Speed, length.
He's not fast.
What? What are you smoking?
Generally real good weed, but I quit a couple months back. He's not like, if I was to put him and TJ Edwards up in a race together, I'm quite certain Edwards would leave him in the dust. And this is my Jamaican.
You dog. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you from that take. I'm gonna save you from that one. I'm gonna save you.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I ain't gonna let that one live out there in the ether. Kids the Canuck did not mean to say that.
All right.
He's taking those words out of your mouth.
Yeah, he's way faster than TJ, dog. Way faster.
We knew that Tremaine was being utilized for his height and his length in the middle of the field, not necessarily his speed. Whereas TJ was, getting burned all the time by those running backs running down the flat, or the wide receivers, going down the sidelines, and he's just kind of left out there. So, that's not a speed thing. That's more of a miscast in defense and lack of speed thing. See, Edmunds is 6'5" and runs 4.5.
So I just did the work on this. I will retract my statement, but I will say that very simply, I don't see him going sideline to sideline frequently enough at all for a 4.5 human being. I do not see that shit.
Dog,
put that out there.
I gotta definitely break down some tape with you, man, because
I don't see that. I see TJ out there going sideline to sideline, hustling like mad. Now, the defense that Flus had them in really had this man sort of stationary and playing the pass more so than anything else. So I respect it. I'm just telling you what I see on the field.
Okay, I definitely gotta show you some tape, man. Because all right, so Trip just asked a particular question. He was just like, okay, he's not going to be in the middle. Okay, so it's important to point out the differences in what's going to be asked of him in this defense versus what he was doing with Flus. With Flus, he's playing a whole lot of cloud coverage, aka zone coverages, and he had to play in space, and he had to run and cover and play that kind of linebacker. Versus in that system, TJ was kind of the underneath guy, and he was like
sideline guy.
He was a hitman. That's just his role. The same role. I used to make that argument all the time about Lance Briggs and why people was giving
fair.
Urlacher a whole lot of credit. And I was just like, this motherfucker is the one that really does the work. Talking about Briggs, but in that defense, TJ is Lance Briggs.
He's Lance Briggs.
So in this defense, in this particular defense, that Dennis Allen runs, this guy's going to be playing a whole lot. He's going to play in coverage a bunch, but he's going to be downfield more. He's going to be blitzing more. He's going to be more of a they're going to weaponize Tremaine more than they did in the previous defense, because he's back in coverage. He's down the field, chasing shit. And instead of doing all that, he's going to be closer to the line of scrimmage and actually attacking.
Well, Levante got a question. This goes along. Explain the difference between a zone 4-3 and a man 4-3 defense.
A zone 4-3 concept is basically a cloud coverage. So if you ever played Madden and you see a 4-3 base concept come up and you see that defense, you're going to see a bunch of circles and clouds looking. So basically you every man is playing grass in that defense instead of a man.
Instead of a man.
That's right. You're playing a space instead of a man. You're like a landlord to a small country. Don't let nobody come across your fucking borders without making them pay. Mm-hmm. That's what zone concepts are about. And in man, you just basically the concept is we believe in your ability to be able to hold it down one-on-one while the front four or however many we send it is going to get home and create havoc. You're not going to leave open, stuff for the quarterback to see. You're going to be tacked up and you're going to be covered. That's it. Versus you're not going to have your eyes to the players often versus a zone defense. It's just going to be, especially DBs. I'm speaking mostly for DBs like Jalen Johnson, talking about he might get 7 picks. I hope you get them, but you're going to have to get lucky a whole lot more than you did in a zone concept when you're looking at the ball. In this concept, he won't be looking at the ball a whole damn lot. So that's the difference between a zone concept and a 4-3 and a man concept. Basically, corners and DBs can't look at the ball as much.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense?
Oh no, it makes perfect sense to me. I know exactly what you're saying. That's really a shout out to Levante. He's asking, but out of everybody who played, I truly have to say this guy left a lot to be desired, in my personal opinion. So I kind of relish the idea of them sort of putting him in a position to be a bit more successful. So hopefully he makes much more impact in this new Dennis Allen defense. I would really like it if he did.
I think people are gonna. I think there's a pleasant surprise coming our way by way of how he'll move these pieces around, because the next conversation I want to have with you guys is this was such a pleasant surprise. I didn't know what to do with myself.
Wait, hold on. One question before we move on. One question. How would Edmunds look against most of the tight ends we have to face in man coverage if he had to cover man to man?
He's a matchup problem to any tight end. Any tight end, that's the last motherfucker on the field that's the last linebacker in the league you want to have covering you with that length and that speed.
Well, I will say that he got burned up by both Travis Kelce and Rob Gronkowski.
Was he playing man to man? Do you know if he was playing zone or man to man?
Definitely in man coverage.
Show me.
Well, I'm telling you the God honest truth. Those are the two guys that he was playing in order to get deeper into the playoffs, and those two guys had great games with him covering them one-on-one. But hey, won't be playing much of those two guys moving forward. So one's retired, the other one's in the AFC.
But as far as fitting in Dennis Allen's defense, which calls for, man to man a lot more than zone, let's say, how do you think Tremaine would match up in that defense of Dennis Allen?
I think he'll do great. Like I'm being a little bit critical from what I've seen now. But if they give the opportunity to this guy to sort of change where he's been playing and what he's been doing, I think I think it's an opportunity for him to shine. And that's all I can ask for. I want him to shine.
There's a fistful of tight ends in this league. When I say a fistful, you can count them on one hand. That will somewhat give Tremaine Edmunds one-on-one with each of those tight ends a problem. And you just named one.
I just named the top two.
He said so 2 Hall of Famers.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Devontae's bang on. I named the top two. One's retired, so that ain't gonna happen anymore. And the other one's getting old, and he's in the AFC. So A, he's not gonna see him very frequently. B, might not see him at all because he's getting along in the tooth too. So right, like it's a bit of a different story.
So let's look at it just real quick. Who what's the kid from Las Vegas, the standout tight end? Brock Powers, and then a kid from San Fran.
I think to be honest with you, I think his toughest challenge is the guy that we just drafted.
I would have to agree with you. He would probably be the toughest guy for him to cover. Right now, I can't really think of other.
So like Hawkinson, Laporta.
He plays with.
They're all decent. Those guys get scheme open a lot, man.
He plays Laporta well, though.
Right? I'm talking about one-on-one who can really give a linebacker like a 6'5" linebacker like that the flux. There's only a couple, in my opinion. You know what I mean? One-on-one, like Laporta and them, those guys get schemed open. You know, it's not like Laporta is this world beater individually. No, he's a good tight end. He's a really good tight end, but they scheme that guy open. I think people should know the difference. Like the guy, if you're one-on-one with this guy, it's 3rd and 8, and you got the clock. The clock is not your friend, and you need to stop this guy one-on-one. There's only a couple of tight ends in the league that can really give this linebacker a serious problem. There's only a couple. This guy is going to excel against linebackers one-on-one. That's just how he's built. You're not going to want to throw the ball with this motherfucker in your hip pocket, in tight end's hip pocket. You're just not going to want to. He's just too long. This is advantage Tremaine Edmunds, bro.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he not only succeeds in a new role. I hope he excels at it. That's I out of all the players on the squad, this time last year, or maybe a couple months later, I was talking about who's really played up to their contract, and this is probably the most glaring example of somebody who didn't. So any opportunity for him to do so, I think, is awesome. Go Tremaine, get that bag again, get it.
Yeah. All right, so let's get to this was such a very pleasant surprise I heard today. I didn't think about this one single bit in the offseason. I like to, consider myself as somebody that looks through it all and gives everything in consideration. But this was a total surprise to me. This guy, they decided to give him linebacker reps. They want basically what they're doing is pushing, pulling, tugging on him and see if he stretches a little bit, seeing if he can, be pliable. Let's see what happens, man. They love what he can bring to the table on special team, and they love his pass rush right now. They love it. They just want to see, okay, can we play him at
who are we talking about?
Linebacker and put him in space, and can he cover? They want to find that out. And I was like, you know what? I never really considered that. I love the way he rushed the passer so much. I was focused on that, but this is a great idea. I don't know who needs to hear this, but giving Daniel Hardy, I think this guy is athletic enough to do almost anything. This is going to be, I saw Ben Johnson's eyes light up when somebody brought him up, and he was very intrigued by what he's seeing in this guy. And the fact that they're going to put him in coverage and let him play, whether it's in middle linebacker, I doubt if they try to give him middle linebacker because it's a communication kind of role. You don't want to just throw him back there, hey, put this dot on your helmet and learn how to communicate with the other linebackers. No, you don't want to do that. Let him play off the ball, maybe some strong side linebacker. That's not a whole lot of thinking. That's basically maintaining the space. So
and you're talking about Noah Sewell.
Noah Sewell, we're going to talk about him in just a minute, but I thought
isn't that who you're talking about? Isn't that who we're looking at? Who is this we're looking at?
This is Daniel Hardy.
All right, because you never said his name.
Oh, my bad. This is Daniel Hardy. My bad.
And then the number 44 really threw me off.
Yeah, I just had to show what this cat kind of looks like outside of his pads, man. And he looks the part of a linebacker.
Now he's what is he like? Isn't he like 6'6"?
I wouldn't say 6'6", more like 6'2", 6'3".
Oh, okay. I thought he was taller than that for some reason.
Nah, he's more like 6'2", 6'3". This is a great experiment to have, man. This guy playing Daniel Hardy playing linebacker, getting some reps at linebacker. All it does is expands his chances to make a squad. You put this guy in space, and if he can perform with the athleticism I know he has, man, this is a plus, dude.
I don't really see a world where Daniel Hardy doesn't make this team. I was going to put this out there that like that. I suppose it's interesting. I suppose finding a niche for him potentially as a linebacker might be a smart move. Because I don't know, maybe they're looking at adding another edge rusher.
Well, look at Levante's comment right there. He played linebacker at Montana State.
So 3-4 linebacker in a 3-4 linebacker at times does drop back into coverage. I can't say that I saw a whole lot of that when I watched this Montana State film. I will go back and look at it now that they're giving him reps there, but I was just mostly kind of focused on how well he rushed the passer because he was coming into this team as a 4-3 down edge rusher. So it was like, why watch all those reps but you're right, Levante, he has played linebacker. That's what they call a edge rusher in the 3-4 defense. You're a linebacker / edge rusher. And so I was just focused on his pass rush and run defense. That's my focus.
Yeah, I like I'll go now. The way that Hardy has worked his way up to earn field time. He's been a demon on special teams. You know, when he got the reps at end, he's always around the ball. He's one of those, high motor intensity fellas that I believe that he can, fit whatever scheme, whatever position, because he's an athlete and he knows ball. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, linebacker reps, let's do this. Defensive end reps, let's do this. Special teams, let's do this. And he's demonstrated the physical ability that we need for a young athletic professional team. He can get after it. He can pick them up and put them down. You know what I mean? And look at him. There's no, what is that? What do you call that stuff? Fat? Yeah, I don't see none of that on this kid.
You said something, Trip. You said something key, and I just kept this just kept playing in my mind the whole time you've been talking. You said he's an athlete. What I want to layer onto that, man, I think he's special. I think he's a special athlete, and I think that them giving him an opportunity to show how special he can be athletically is just another feather in his cap.
Special how?
This dude I'm telling you, physically, sometimes you can watch a football player, especially in different. Let's just say you turn on some Montana State tape, kids, and you're seeing him playing as an edge rusher, right? If you focus on the fact that he's an edge rusher and if you're worrying about how well he rushes the passer, you're going to have really a narrow way of looking at what he's capable of. Athletically, I think this cat's different. I think he's just different, man. I just see something in him, and I don't know how to really explain and give you the proper answer, but I can just tell you that sometimes a guy will stand out in that way. I think he's got elite athleticism, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
He's got that football je ne sais quoi.
Like I'll accept what you gave me, man, because it's kind of how I feel about the guy too. Like, special's not the word I would use. He's definitely an elite class athlete. He seems to succeed at just about everything he does. He's kind of what I think everybody expected Dominique Robinson to be. Right? The way Dominique Robinson was built, he's done, 15 different, he's played 15 different positions.
How many positions do you have mine?
You know what I mean? He's super fast. He can do it all. But
this is a little bit different in this way, kids, that
I don't know.
Dominique Robinson was just now getting into that side of the ball. He was just now getting into that side of the ball versus somebody who's just been doing that. Yeah, that he's different in that way. And so he's like miles ahead of Dominique Robinson in that way.
Yeah, no, I'm not really trying to make a comparison between the two. I'm just saying that, I'm saying that Dominique Robinson's got a long way to go to make this 53-man roster. Is probably the first thing I'm saying. But I do expect Daniel Hardy to be there because of the special teams value and his flat out versatility. What you're telling me here today is that he's a little bit even more versatile than I think anybody had noticed. If he can actually step back and do some damage in the linebacker room too, man. Between him and Amon, they're all over the field. And they're not getting rid of either one of those guys.
Did you see that little video that's out? I think the Bears is on the Bears website where they basically playing a game of, I don't know what they call that when they peanut punch and shit. And so he's taking off with the ball, and then the next person is running up on him, poking the ball out. That's just a drill that they practice every day. And what I noticed about Daniel Hardy was he's always been built from top to bottom, but I noticed he put on a little bit more muscle this year. He put on a little bit more muscle. And I thought he was pretty muscular last year, but he's even more stacked than I thought he would be coming into this year. I mean, his legs are just like, I'm telling you guys, man, this dude right here, all he needs is opportunity. We talked about this a week or so ago, man. I just think he needs opportunity. That's just my opinion about him.
He's in the perfect situation with now, Dennis Allen et al. As his defense isn't one of, let's say, a blitzing per se, but of we don't know who's rushing, says the offensive line, because they're all up there, on the line. And if Hardy's in the game, and it's like, and he has that versatility of he can get after the passer or he can drop in coverage, that just adds to that dynamic that Dennis Allen seems to favor for, linemen and or linebackers and safeties and corners who can do multiple things, man, zone, rush, cover, all of that. So the more he can do, the more they can find use for him, the more opportunity to stay in the league.
You know what, Trips? I don't know how I sound to you all, but I know, I kind of know how I sound, but sometimes every once in a while, a player will pique my curiosity and get me a little bit more excited. And I'm telling you, man, it's just my gut instincts, man. I really feel like all this guy is missing his opportunity. I think he's got it all. I think it's just about what role will you ask him to play? Will you ask him to primarily be an edge rusher? Will you ask him to, primarily be a linebacker? Or will you ask him to mix him up a little bit and be able to play them both and special teams? I think that's probably what's on the table for him. They want to see if you can stretch it out and get out there and play in some space, because we want to put you on the field. I think that's what this is about. We need to find a way to put this kid on the field. You just go back and look at the press conference when Daniel Hardy's name was brought up and watch Ben Johnson's eyes. Just watch it.
Like I said, I agree with you. I'm there's certain players thus far that I know bring a lot more additional value, and between him and Amon, I think both of these guys are going to make this 53-man roster.
Now I know why. Now I know why you're a little flummoxed about the whole thing. You're thinking about Amon. That's what.
No. Amon's going to make the team. They both bring.
He wasn't there today.
That's okay.
Just for the record, he was.
I don't see him on the list of folks who missed practice. I do see somebody else we should talk about.
Yeah, I saw a name I saw that wasn't there.
We'll talk about it.
Amon, between him and Amon, they're going to make the team because of the additional value that they bring. There's another player who's like that. Who ran that kickback in the Green Bay game?
It's a good question.
Wasn't
that Baskerville? But he ain't on the team no more.
Not Baskerville. It starts with a B though. Man.
Whatever, man. Listen,
I'm just saying these are three players who don't get on the field as frequently as one might think, but when they get the opportunity, you see nothing but good things.
Talking about Blackwell.
Blackwell, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Levante. Josh Blackwell, and Eamon Agbagbamiga, and Daniel Hardy. They're all over the field doing great things when they get on the field. It's just for the most part, from a depth chart perspective, they're way behind a bunch of other people. So, give them a shot. I have no arguments with that.
Dobbsy,
hold it down, brother.
Right on, Dobbsy. That makes it a hardcore battle for Hippolyte to make a name.
I think that's a good conversation. Well transitioned, sir. Right? There was a from our guy Cliff Victoria really asking about Hippolyte specifically. I'm wondering if we thought we got a steal in that regard with that particular player at that particular spot. And all I can say is, I don't know.
We will have more to talk about as far as Daniel Hardy goes, I think, moving forward, because like he did in last camp, I think he's going to be one of the guys that we're going to be talking about an awful damn lot, giving more opportunity, giving more chances to really show how much dexterity he has to his athleticism. Putting him out there in space, I think, is going to show some people some things. I believe he's going to be a pleasant surprise in this camp again. I really do, man. So let's get to this next conversation, and that is, word is, and this comes directly from CHGO's podcast. Not only that, I heard Tremaine mention this in his interview on his presser. Said the exact same thing, and it was kind of obvious, based on the reactions that people were when they come to the presser and they start asking people about certain players. People want like, hey man, what's going on with Noah Sewell? So Noah Sewell apparently went to work this offseason and really, really transformed his body. And they say he's ripped and he looks really, really good. He's moving really, really well out there. And they're just like Tremaine. Listen to Tremaine, go to Tremaine's presser and listen to him talk about Noah Sewell. And this is another guy that I've been just like, okay, I know what I saw on film, and I know the film ain't lying to me. I know that this guy was just in a situation schematically that didn't really fit him. And in this defense versus what Flus wanted to do, I've been saying this all offseason, I think Noah Sewell particularly is very well set up to really, really, really make a name for himself on this team and make a place for himself on this roster and maybe win that Sam linebacker role. I just think I know what I see on tape, and I think this guy's got it, but I can't wait to see what he looks like myself. But this was spoken to in the presser. Not only that, I heard them talking about it on CHGO afterwards, and they were really impressed with what they saw about him.
You know where I'm at with this.
Yeah.
Next topic. I'm just being real. I hope the best for the kid. That room is starting to get a little bit crowded. Just from what if you're telling me that Daniel Hardy may be burgeoning into that room. They just drafted Ruben Hippolyte. There's a lot of humanity there that I'm not that sort of amounts to question marks for me, and I'm going to say just a little bit too many that amount to question marks for me. Guys that I'm excited about in that room, we just touched on two of them, and that's Daniel Hardy, definitely Eamon Agbagbamiga, and that's behind the two existing guys who are running the show, being TJ and Tremaine. Once you get into greater depth here, I have nothing but question marks on Noah Sewell simply because he's given me nothing but question marks to talk about. That's kind of where I am with this guy. So one more time, sort of along the same critical situation that I laced up for Tremaine. Give this guy the opportunity to shine, man. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he can stay healthy, and the new look Noah Sewell is ready to bang and stay on the field. If he can be on the field, all the more opportunity for him to shine. And I think that's probably the biggest issue with him thus far, is just he hasn't been on the field. And
how many linebackers do you think they'll keep? Kids, no man.
Yeah. It's such a good question, brother.
6?
I don't know.
5 or
Because
6.
right now on the roster, you got Tremaine Edmunds, TJ Edwards, Amen, Agbong, hit the bong, Noah Sewell, and then you got your Carl Jones. Don't forget him. Power Echols, who's the UDFA, Michael Batten, who was a UDFA that got the contract, and then the 4th round pick of Ruben Hippolyte. So that's 9 right there in that room.
It's going to be 6. I think in this defense, it's a very linebacker.
Wait, hold on. Swayze Bozeman. Forgot about him.
That guy can make his way on the team through special teams. Now, Swayze Bozeman, he does have some special teams value, big time. He's gonna be fighting like Eamon Agbagmamiga, Swayze Bozeman. I think Carl Jones are probably the ones looking on the outside, from the outside looking in my opinion, personally, just off the top of my head.
They signed Eamon, so he's not.
Trust me, that's just a contract for the camp.
Okay.
That's just not that is nothing. Trust me, Eamon would have been on that field today.
I think Eamon's locked in.
No, I don't think. I'm telling you, kids, man. I don't like to see you get your hopes up that high. I'm telling you,
bro.
If he makes this team, it'll be a fucking miracle.
I highly doubt that, man. Given his special teams value last year, I highly doubt he's in question here. Like, these other guys are gonna have to really do some special stuff.
Now you got to even throw Daniel Hardy into that conversation.
Well, hold on. Where is Sewell in his contract life? How many more years he got? 1 or 2?
Year. He's in his 3rd year now, I think.
So this is a contract year he's going into, his 4th year?
No, this is actually his. No, next year will be his contract year. I don't know how you look at that.
So check it out. So he signed Eamon Agbagmamina signed a 2-year contract with the Bears, worth $5 million. He's here. He's gonna be here.
All right. If he is, he's on special teams, bro.
And bro, he's a special teams player for the most part, 90% of the time. But I'm pretty sure that they signed this gentleman to replace Jack Sanborn. If somebody steps over top of his ability, battles him out battles him, absolutely they'll take over the starting role. But
we can talk about him separately, but let me my last take on, and you guys can, if you have anything else to say about Noah Sewell. I believe this. I know that that dude's a beast. This wasn't that beast that I saw in Oregon in that defense schematically with Coach Eberflus. That's best thing I can tell you is the difference between what they're doing, what they did with Flus, and what they're about to be doing with Dennis Allen. I've said that over and over. I think that's going to be all the difference in the world for Noah Sewell and him changing his body. I do think this is the last thing. Whatever he had been doing as far as his nutrition, I don't know, man. Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe he just wasn't taking care of himself the right way, just eating whatever and just not. Some of that stuff people say leads to soft tissue injuries and things like that. People say, I don't know how true it is, but I take a medical opinion over mine and say, yeah, you need to, at this level, really, really monitor what you're putting in your body. And obviously he's doing something different than he was before.
Hey, so he needs to get with the chef, whoever is preparing his brother Panay's is his brother, right? Mills, the tackle over there in Pussycat Land. You know what I mean? Whatever's working for him, all right, Noah, get on that shit. Because when he's on the field on special teams or when he got on the field on defense, he was like right there after the tackle's made. So he's Johnny on the spot, but it was just his being on the field was hit or miss. Now, is that a Flus thing?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Like,
you know what I mean? Because like Kwani B's been like on Flus's ass. Is like I could have played, but Flus didn't play me. Is that the same thing with
the Flus daughters? Maybe that's what went down. I don't know what you know what I mean. I don't know what's going on. But what I can tell you is that the amount of times I saw this particular name listed as a healthy scratch rivaled that of Dominique Robinson.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like something he rubbed the coach the wrong way.
That's what I'm saying.
No diddy. And
Tell me,
something happened.
if you want to go down that road, then you have to explain to me why the second best running back on this team ended up being on the trade market.
Oh, you mean Juice Herbert, Khalil Herbert?
Exactly. And,
You mean when he couldn't get reps, when we were looking for somebody at running back, and Khalil Herbert was just chilling on special teams or a healthy scratch?
There's some personal shit going on, is it not?
Oh, definitely.
So Khalil, I think, is a little bit different, just a little bit, because Khalil was in a contract year and they clearly did not want to sign him. That's all that was. That's what I think that was. The more reps we get, then the more, and it's just a famous Bears.
They had him for the entirety of the year. You didn't have to even think about that until you got into the offseason.
He got no love all season from Rip.
Look, so let's just replace the name Khalil Herbert with Robinson, the wide receiver. And remember how he just got phased out of the offense, right? Allen Robinson got completely phased out of the offense, was well aware that he was phased out of the offense, and just kept running whatever routes they asked him to run, because nobody was talking to him about his contract, because he was in a contract here and nobody wanted to sign him again. Same thing with Khalil. They just benched him. They went and they paid DeAndre. DeAndre was the guy. They're going to work in Roschon Johnson. He was the number 2. So the number 3 is going to sit on the bench. And the real problem with that,
everybody understands that, kids, but how does that make sense to a team that's really, really struggling in the run game? You got him for that season. You don't need to even worry about whether or not you want to sign him or not. You just need to play, so you need him to play so you can get some dubs, and you need to improve your running game. That doesn't explain why that guy was standing on the sidelines.
Politics is a mofo. I'll say a couple of things here.
That's all me and Trips was saying is
that
motherfucker didn't like it.
Well, it also goes the other way, right? If you phase a man out the offense or freeze him out for X amount of weeks, potentially also in practice, you think he's gonna really want to go suit it up?
Man, listen,
you know what I mean? Just looking the other way too, like, oh man, now y'all want me to suit up?
I think it goes way further than they didn't want to pay him that following year. They knew they wasn't going to pay him, but they had the right to use him.
They should have used him. They should have gained.
Yeah, I think that was one of those things where Poles and his capacity as GM, it's like, all right, here's a 53-man roster. If guys go down, if we need to bring somebody in or make trades or whatever, he's on that. But once they're on the roster, that's kind of coach's decisions on the reps that guys get, or healthy scratches and or not. And if there was a personality issue, conflict with Herbert or Dom Rob or Noah Sewell or Tyler Scott, it's nothing that Poles can do other than like, all right, this looking at Herbert, all right, contract year, he's not being utilized here. We got coaching turmoil. Our next scheme, who knows if he will fit? He's out of here. Trade bait.
So I'm gonna say some other things. What happens if they actually light him up and he outplays the other 2 running backs on the team? The one that you just paid $8 million for, right?
What they expected was a winning season. What Minister Charles is saying is absolutely right. He said you either make sure he's quality trade bait or you end up losing in the free agency. And so either way you put it, I think only thing you had to lose is Khalil Herbert getting injured. And so at a point, maybe Khalil Herbert was being floated around behind the scenes as somebody for a trade. And they expected
they traded him at the deadline, right? Like they
expected they probably
a trade earlier than that, though.
Yeah, they probably expected a whole lot, and they did expect it up. They expected a whole lot more successful of a season, and they didn't get it. And they thought that Khalil Herbert's value would be much higher than it was. What they get for him, a 7th?
So here's the thing, right? So just given this conversation, you have to develop a player. So Khalil was developed in years 1, 2, and 3, and then froze out of the offense in year 4. What kind of what does that show anybody who's potentially willing to trade? Oh, well, this team does not think enough of this particular player to give him any run. So why would we really? If you're negotiating, that's exactly how you step to the table.
All you got is your tape.
Yeah, and brother, I'm talking about a business negotiation now. I understand the tape.
Herbert put a lot on tape. I
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, right? Like, so if I'm a scout or a GM and I look at the tape and I go, yo, he's had 3 super solid years. I like this player. I'm not going to go from a business perspective to the other GM and go, bro, I like this player. He's dope on tape. I'm gonna bust I'm gonna open my coifers and empty my wallet for him. No, you're gonna go and say, bro, you all ain't playing him, so you guys clearly don't really want him here. You know what? I'm gonna throw a 7th rounder at you and see if I can get this player.
Well, in that case, they should have kept him.
Wow.
Well, kept him for the purpose of what?
In order to pay him?
To finish out the season so we can have a better run game throughout the year.
But then they would have to pay him this year. He would be on the roster in a paying capacity.
Man, that was
right. Obviously they didn't want to keep him because he wasn't a Ryan Poles guy. He was inherited. Ryan Poles like, yeah, nice kid and all, but I don't want to give him another contract here. Why keep him? Why risk him getting hurt? Get whatever asset we can for him and keep him moving. So now that 7th rounder, went from Herbert now to Monangai. Look at it like that.
I'm also going to slightly agree with where Nomad's head is here, because if it was me as the GM, and I say this all the time, they need to develop these guys and get actual capital for them. If they were smart, they would have played Khalil Herbert that first half of the season anyways. Got a bunch of run out of him, showed him off, and got something better than a 7th rounder. Instead, they froze him out of the offense.
Instead, they kicked him in the nuts, and in turn, they fucked with his, his value,
career, and his return.
Well, now hold on. All that is true, but let's not forget, Shane Waldron was fired week 9. So the whole offense and what was going on is not.
He wasn't acting
thought of in a logical sense.
He wasn't acting before that, bro.
Yeah, I know, I get that, but the brand new offensive coordinator is fired by week 9 in his first season. That means there was a whole lot of dysfunction going on the offensive side of the ball in that room that we don't even know about publicly.
It's gonna come out.
Eventually it will, but with all that said, the dysfunction is sometimes that maybe Herbert and other players just got caught up in. No fault of their own because of on-field play or contract. They just get caught up in the dysfunction, and now it just happens to count another year against their contract. And, Ryan Poles looking at the situation and is like, what the fuck is going on with this coaching staff? At the time, he didn't know he was going to be hiring Ben Johnson. Maybe he, had aspirations. But during the last season, it's like, all right, well, let's bargain basement prices, get what you can for them. And, the new regime, now we, like I said, we got Monangai. So it could have been on Herbert, or it could have been just Herbert in a bad situation that he just got caught up in.
Khalil Herbert, I know for a fact, is capable, even in a backup role, of anywhere between mid 650, somewhere between 650, 700 yards as a backup running back, and I'll just say about 4 or 5 touchdowns, because they use him a lot as a goal line running back. If they had to put the foot on the gas and said, you know what, Khalil, we're not going to get in your way, we're going to give you the ball. Not only would the season had it gone a little bit better in the run game, his value would have gone up just a little bit.
Of course.
You know what I mean? You looking at maybe at the low end of it, a 7, and the high end of it, you're looking at a 5. So I think they shot themselves in the foot. That's just mine.
They did, bro. No matter, I'm in full agreement with you there, bro. full effing agreement. I'm not sure. And the Bears do this all the time. Just facts. Oh yeah, you know what? We don't want to pay you, so we're just going to freeze you out the offense. We're going to freeze you out the team. Right? We've seen it time and time again. The list of players is astronomically long. This team has to start to develop these guys, showcase them, and get something. Like this is the difference between the Chicago Bears organization and the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's like very stark. Pittsburgh Steelers will take a head case. Everybody hates the guy, turn him into a superstar, and get him the F off the team in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Get a second rounder for him.
I know this, kid. We've been talking for 2 hours now.
Boom.
Two freaking hours, and we still have a few things we need to talk about. That's the beautiful thing about some extra sauce. Is you get extra sauce. You understand that concept? Y'all
Most
get
of the time,
extra
too
sauce.
much damn sauce. I'll tell you.
Most of the time, you are not wrong. But
Mhm. All that sauce just dripping down the corner of your mouth onto your clothing.
It's very true, man. You have to walk a fine
napkin.
line doing this show because it's a fun show and we have a good time with it. I just want to make sure everybody remembers to do certain things.
Hey, it doesn't cost a dime, y'all. By all means, do the exact same thing over at Kids of Canuck and Sports Chicago Style. Give the three-headed beast a thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? By all means, we would appreciate that. Big shout out to our guy Cliff Victoria in the chat. Always good to have you with us, Cliff, and Florida Bears fans down. Hey man, if there is a game in Canada, by all means, you guys can crash at my place. Don't worry. I will kick the wife out that weekend. Oh
damn! I hope she ain't watching the show.
If she is, she'll kick me out tomorrow. So it'll sort of all work out.
Hey, he was gonna bring his wife and thought it was gonna be a party.
Hey, Mrs. Canuck.
All the more reason for me to kick the wife out.
Mrs. Canuck, grant that man some mercy. He knows not what he does.
He
knows not. But yeah, hey, listen, man, make sure you subscribe to everybody's channel. This channel over here at the Nomad Network. Make sure you subscribe to Kids of Canuck, and make sure you subscribe to over there at Sports Chicago Style, man. We need all that love, man. We do too much content, too much hard work to not get the love, man. We expect it. We appreciate it, but we expect it, man. All this kind of hard work, you want the support, man. So everybody's channel needs the love, man. Straight up.
Oh, you go,
Cliff. And Cliffy's saying he's on a keto diet. He's got 18 pounds to go, and he's looking for tasty keto food. Just go over to Sports Chicago Style and look at the playlist for Chef Tripp's healthier video recipes, and see if there's anything on there for you that you could fuck with. That you can enjoy, and if you need the recipes and all the ingredients, sportschicagostyle.com, the Shea Trips page, and you click on the name of the recipe, and it takes you right down to the particulars for that recipe, the ingredients, the instructions, and back to the top and all that. So I'm sure there's something keto friendly on there that you can enjoy.
So one of these days, I'm gonna have to do a guest spot on Sports Chicago Style with some keto stuff. So
yeah, I've been trying to tell that, man.
Say what?
I've been trying to tell that man we need to do some shit over there.
Well, I'm just saying I should definitely do a guest spot because like I've been rocking this past week. I've been rocking with the salmon. Just making some nice old salmon on a bed of salad. Trust me, man. Super keto friendly.
How did you prepare the salmon? Just raw?
So okay, all right, you got it. So here's what I did. So a little bit of butter, put that in the microwave. Add some garlic to the butter. So now you got yourself a nice little garlic butter, some chives, and there's a little bit of salt and pepper in there, just a little bit of salt and pepper. Just sort of put that in there in the microwave for about 20 seconds, melt it down, just slather that salmon up. But once the salmon is slathered both sides, you put that on on a pan. Before you slap it in the oven, you bless it with a little bit of that Old Bay, man. Me and the Old Bay have become good friends. Loving the Old Bay. That's it. Just a little bit of Old Bay, garlic, butter, salt, pepper. Before all of this, though, the secret key is you wash it with lemon. Wash the salmon in lemon. So I actually put the salmon in a bag, wash that baby up, wash it up, douse it in the sauce, put the sauce on the grill or put it on the pan, Old Bay it up, away we go. Flip it, a little bit more Old Bay in about 8 minutes. Put it back in there. She's ready to go in 15 minutes, man. Real quick too.
I'm gonna mess up kids' whole recipe by putting a piece of fried bologna on it or making a sandwich out of it. Mess it all up.
Fried bologna on salmon?
Salmon. I fuck it all up.
What are you doing?
I'm just bullshitting, man. Listen, I was Cliff, you live down, you talking about keto-friendly foods. You live in Florida with all them goddamn creatures. You need to get you some rattlesnake going on down there.
Go shopping in the swamps.
You need to eat some damn snake and some damn alligator or some shit. Something.
Gator, snake.
Yeah, man, you got all that shit, man. That's all meat down there, man. You need to catch them.
The pythons. Get you some pythons. They're not indigenous. You know, you can eat those. You know, they long, a lot of meat good eating.
Cliff Victoria. He's blown my mind. Wait a minute now.
Talking about parfait. Stop looking at that shit.
Well, like, hold on now. For like keto heads, though, I haven't had any level of sugar in weeks. I'm just letting y'all know. You know what I mean?
It was on the show. You've been on the show eating like a whole tree. I mean, a whole fucking field full of strawberries. What are you talking about?
Well, what was his suggestion? What is he talking about?
Why do you think I'm eating the strawberries, bro?
Strawberries.
Because I have no sugar in my diet. I have to get like a little flavor from something, and at least it's on the diet. You can have berries. That's it.
Strawberry was a neighborhood house.
All right, man. Listen,
that's all I can do.
We'll talk about food here in a minute, man. But we need to finish this football stuff. And one other story here is
Scrolls is right there too.
This was intriguing to me. So remember that video we saw where Javon, Grady Jarrett, and Austin Booker was working out together, and everybody was just like,
and
oh,
sweat.
Shit.
Yeah, Montez.
Yeah, and everybody was just like, oh shit, Grady just jumped in here already and he's setting up workouts. No. Grady Jarrett came out and let the world know that wasn't me. That was Javon that set that up.
Oh, and you notice who was missing?
Uh-oh.
He was missing today too.
Zach Pickens.
Oh man, we'll talk about that. But let's talk about this. The fact that leadership at this point in his career, going into what is his third year now, this is exactly what you expect out of a football player.
Next, yeah.
This is exactly what you expect. We all saw the video last week or Sunday when we were looking at that body, man, and how much he's been working out, man. The fact that he is the one that reached out to Grady Jarrett and said, hey, man, come on down here and work out with me, man. I'll be working. I need you to come down here. I already invited. You know, Book was down there. Sweat was down there. That's huge to me because once he's at that level now where he's not the puppy dog running behind the next guy and showing me what to do. He's showing, hey, man, this is what we do down here. This is what we do. We work. I would say I heard a few things that I thought that really excited me. This was definitely one of them. Right there at the very, very top that excited me. Javon Dexter has taken a leadership role. I've heard his name being mentioned several times this offseason, how impressed people are with the way he's working. And this is just going to translate, man. Javon Dexter, I think the third year leap is real, especially for him. I really do, man. And I love the fact that he, as soon as Grady got here, he was just like, hey, man, come down here and work with me. I want to get to know you. You got to love that.
Hey, kids, you got that video still of Javon?
Pull it.
You can pull that up. Yeah, I like the development that this kid has. He's always had the right attitude, his biggest thing was, oh, he doesn't get off the ball, on the snap very fast. And it's like, hey, we've seen him get off the ball on the snap pretty good. And now we're seeing him continually develop his body and get with these coaches, the defensive line coach, all the way up to Coach Allen, on how to deploy him in the best situation.
Hold on, kid.
For him.
Save that video. Just hold on. Let us finish this conversation.
Yeah, just keep it back there. But yeah, so yeah, I like his development mentally, physically, wanting to be a leader, and it's like, hey, defensive line, let's get it. I don't know why there's only 4 of them there, but whatever, scheduling. But yeah, I like the attitude, I like the physical development and the possibilities of where this kid's going.
My boy jacked. I gotta say, he's I'm staring at him on the left hand side of me on my other screen. He's crazy, but yeah, I'm glad that he took that initiative. He seems to be getting top billing in conversation with Grady. Grady seems to be impressed with what he's doing, and that's good. That means that somebody who's done it at a high level, at a high caliber, is recognizing that Javon's getting there, or maybe he's already there. So we're gonna have to find out and wait and see. But I don't think there'll be much to wait and see this season. I think that group of DTs this time around is going to be a little bit different than what we saw last season. I think they're going to be a much bigger threat, and I can't wait till they field them.
The thing I like about the conversation being had around Javon Dexter, Grady Jarrett, and these other guys that we have, I think when you watch enough Dennis Allen film, maybe I just need to just straight up in spurts, watch some Dennis Allen, all 22 with you guys, just to see how it doesn't really necessarily matter whether somebody's playing a 1-3-0 technique, how he uses those guys and how he puts them situationally into position to make plays. And one thing I heard Grady say, he was just like, man, I think this is going to be great. His ceiling is super duper high, and how I play off of what he does is going to benefit me. And so there's going to be times when Grady is lined up straight over the nose tackle, over the center, and then there's going to be times when Javon's lined up straight over the center, which he did in the last defense. You might see that variation play out, depending on who they're playing that week, play out more strongly. I'm talking about playing nose tackle more strongly in Javon's favor at times, and there's times where it's going to be maybe a lighter or heavier center might be to Grady's advantage. And so it's about the matchup. And so it's a lot of people that's just like, oh, Javon Dexter, I never saw him as a good 3-tech. He was always a nose. Nah, I think he's capable of doing both very, very well. And I think in this defense, with Grady Jarrett in tow, I think you'll get to see the best of both worlds from both of those guys. And it won't matter whether or not somebody's playing 0 or you playing 3 technique more than the other. It won't matter. It really won't, because the effect will be the same. They're getting after motherfuckers. Ain't that what you want?
Yep. That's exactly what you want. You want these guys to be multiple and interchangeable so they can switch them out. That just sort of increases the depth. And if you're not losing a step from Andrew Billings, for instance, going down, you're doing big things. That's where things went sideways last season.
Mm-hmm. No thought. So to me, this was one of the pleasant surprises of that. I didn't see that coming. I really did think that Grady Jarrett initiated that workout. I thought he went into the building and said, hey, man, y'all come on down here and work out with me. I want to get to know y'all. No, it was the other way around. It was Javon Dexter. I think that's for a third-year guy, that's what you expect. He's been in the building 2 years. It's just like, man, I know how to be a pro. I know what to do. Look out. I got this. Gotta love it, man. You got it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff.
All right, let's get to the here's another thing we need to talk about.
Well, before we get off, Dex, show
Oh
the
yeah,
show
yeah,
the
go ahead.
workout.
Let me. Yeah, do that.
So for those listening, we're showing a workout video that Javon Dexter put out. He's there in front of his weight machine, and
Look how wide that motherfucker got.
he's doing some curls,
Look how
looking all
wide
swole.
Look how wide them shoulders got. He was already a big dude, but man, he's putting on muscle, and I don't think that muscle is going to slow him down one bit. He's just going to be stronger.
Well, he dropped weight last time around, right? So when he dropped the weight, now he's toning, right? So he should be faster potentially and stronger, and maybe even at the same weight he was at in the first place. I'm impressed by what the work he's put in over the course of the last year or so. It's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a completely different athlete.
Man, I just hope he I don't know what just happened there.
Don't worry, I got you. For a guy whose face isn't on the show, you got real worried when your face wasn't on the show.
It wasn't my face. No,
Hey,
but
I'm back.
listen, all right, here's the next conversation we need to have. And that is all right, we're gonna get into this. And all right. So the Caleb story is still lingering about the
Trip?
about the the whatever book that dude
There's a
has
Cranberry song waiting for you, Trip.
Let me say this.
Yeah, I missed it.
Okay.
We spoke our minds vehemently on the last show Sunday. This is going to go to the next level. This is going to go to leadership, and at what point, like for me, I'm just going to tell you how I feel about it. I feel like this is a tight spot for Caleb Williams and his father. I think there could be some crisis PR people involved in this, and the result of it came out as, what, Ben Johnson, this is probably the best chance that you will get to go out and take a leadership role and get in front of this second-year guy that, might have stepped in it. You know what I mean? But it was telling for the simple fact that Caleb didn't come to the podium, which is kind of normal for the franchise quarterback, your first, set of OTAs with everybody. He's supposed to be at the podium, but he didn't. My take on it is I understand it, but at the same time, I'm going to look at this from a real football perspective and say that I'm going to think about my teammates. What kind of pressure am I putting on my teammates when they get asked those questions that I need to be answering? Number one. Number two, is it fair that they have to carry my water? Is it fair that my coach has to carry my water?
Yes,
I do think Caleb would have done himself a great service by just getting out there and telling the truth about how he felt before he decided to agree and come with the Bears. He, at the end, the other part of the story was he, I think he was won over by the organization. The front office might have won him over, and he was just like, I think I can do this here. There's nothing wrong with admitting how you felt about it in the first place. And then you move to another point. You're 20-something years old. People get that. His dad was very, very protective of his son. People get that. Your job and your opportunity to get in front of this so that your teammates and your coach don't have to take the brunt of this. I think, to me, as a football player, I think, I don't want to hear no questions about Caleb. Ask him when he gets up here. I think this was an opportunity for him to get in front of it. He will eventually, because he won't be able to get away from it, but I think he might have missed it here. I think he should have.
Yep, I'm on the other side with this one. A lot of the time I suggest that folks sort of just own up and step in front of problems and, just be forthwith. It goes a long way. In this particular situation, this is nothing but a distraction from the situation at hand. It's also just fluff for fluff's sake. And he could go out there and say something stupid just as well as saying something that makes everybody feel warm and fuzzy. He could always go out there and say some dumb shit, turn the entire organization and world against him. And now it's everybody hates Caleb. Forget it. Flush it. Who gives a shit about it? It's really not that important. You want to know what's extremely important, though? Learn this motherfucking playbook. Learning, how to manage offensive calls and how to get up under center and how to start with your left foot as opposed to the right foot and get your footing straight. There's things that are so much bigger and more important at this particular time than dealing with Seth Wickersham's bullshit. That's really where my head space is here. Under normal pretenses, I would say go out there and just say your piece and stand in front of the situation and call it a day. Nope. This kid here has very big shoulders, bud. He's got a lot of shit stacked up on those shoulders. He's got a lot of things to do. So I would much rather he focus on what's real and what's tangible, and that is commanding an NFL offense. All the other stuff, ain't worth it.
Yeah, there's no need to come out and give oxygen to some asshole trying to sell a book. That has nothing to do with nothing. Yeah. I mean, what Caleb's dad did, he's looking out for a shorty. You want them to go to the best situation possible. The Bears have not developed quarterbacks. I mean, look at history. And so as the father of a quarterback is like, wait, the Bears? Oh, wait, do we really have to do that? That's a fair question. And only Bears fans would be offended by it. And it's like, get over it. It's a fair question. So you asking that question is no big deal. But guess what? He was drafted by the Bears. He was excited to be. He's been nothing but 100%, a team guy since his arrival. So it's just some story that happened back in the day. Okay, whatever. And you're still talking about it now. It's like, really? You got nothing else to talk about? Oh, that's right. It is May. So you do have nothing else to talk about. So he'll address it as like, however he wants to answer it. Just be honest. It's like, we looked at all of our options and, decided that Chicago was, where I wanted to be. And here I am standing here in front of you. Next question. And, and that's that. So it's going to have legs as long as it's still out there until he addresses it. But I don't think that he really needed to come out to address it. It'll come up when he's at the podium, and then that'll be that.
Let me say this, man. And I think my energy comes from, I'm talking about this specific day and, why or why not to do this. My specific energy comes from everybody else, is the rest of the team, the coach. I mean, the team in particular, his teammates, people asking, you going up to the podium and like, for me, it feels like people having to carry your water. If I know for a fact, if I was in that building and I walked up to that podium, and maybe I'm more of a snippy motherfucker than the next person, but I would have been like, you asking me questions about Caleb and what he said and why he didn't do this or what. Ask him. Don't ask me. I'm not here to carry his water. Ask him. He's a young man. His dad is a grown-ass man. They said those things. Ask them. I'm not here to answer questions for Caleb. And so eventually, after enough of that goes on, if Caleb, I hope he gets in front of this, man. Y'all might think
ridiculous.
Well, let me finish.
Well, has it been asked?
Let me finish.
By other players?
Allow me to finish. It just feels like for me, if I was one of his teammates, I'd be like, dog, just go and get this shit out the way. Whatever it is, just do it.
No,
be done with it.
No, I like it's that's one of the funniest things about these.
There you go, Scrolls. No comment and just get it out the way. That suffices to me.
Wow. However you slice it, even from a fellow teammate perspective, if that's like the media angle. Hey, like, what do you think about the kid? Hey, what do you think about? My answer to that every single time would be like, so my name is Jervon Dexter. Caleb Williams is a different human being. If you have questions for Caleb Williams, see Caleb Williams with those questions. I'll leave it right there. My name is every single time. I'm not here to. They don't go sit at that podium to answer shit for somebody else.
They happen to though.
I know, and it doesn't. Same token, it doesn't prevent the reporters from asking them about other people's shit. Like, don't get me wrong, but this is how I would manage it. I'm sorry, I'm not that guy, so I'm not just gonna blow smoke up your ass. Right? Like that's really what they're asking you to do.
I hope tomorrow he ends up at the podium, because if he doesn't, it's just that shit's gonna increase, man.
I disagree. I hope he doesn't. I hope he has no interest in being at the podium to handle any of this. I'm also going to say it's something a little bit different too. So with respect to all this, I really love the way that his head coach is handling it. Right? It's a brand spanking new guy. To be frank with you, like, this last year wasn't the greatest quarterbacking year for the rookie, right? It was relatively Bears-ish, right? Like, just saying normal stuff. Rookie quarterback in Chicago. He was better than most of them, but still, Chicago-ish. So the narrative is still there. Here comes a brand spanking new head coach smack into this situation. Clearly, the where quarterbacks go to die or where receivers go to die narratives still exist in full. Yet this guy just joined up, right? Like, he's a new head coach. He has to face those narratives as well.
Kids, it's this easy. I'm going up there and I'm gonna say, the minute somebody start asking me particular questions about the things I said, the things my dad said, I'm going up right to that microphone and I'm gonna say this every single time somebody asks me about it. That's how I felt at that particular time. I felt exactly that way. Now it's different.
Well, but the thing is, it's not even him. It's his daddy.
I mean, but is that answer?
So now you're asking this kid to answer for something his daddy did. And it's like, why don't you go ask my daddy? Ask me about football.
You
know what the question? Hey, Trips, you know what people really want to hear? Did you really not want to come to Chicago? That's how I felt about it.
But why do they want to hear that?
Because they want to hear it out of his mouth, bro. That's just how people
wants to
when they have access and they can be a bulldog about something. You don't think they will use and get off the leash and get on his ass? You don't think they will? This Chicago.
If he didn't want to be here, he wouldn't be.
No, man.
That's not the question. I'm trying to say that if you just get in front of it and say, hey, that's how I felt about it. I felt like that at that time. Moving on.
You're giving energy to pure evil, bro. Just ignore it. Fuck it. It'll go away. Who gives a shit?
All you gotta do is go play ball after that.
No. What? Like, even just the way that you answered it. Oh, like, you know what? Like, that's how I felt, but now I feel different. Why'd you feel that way? What was the issue?
History showed that Chicago was a place where quarterbacks go to die.
Oh, okay. So history shows that. What does that mean to you? How does that affect you and your career project?
I said what I said. We're gonna play this season. That's what I'm gonna be saying.
Well, if you're gonna say negative things about Chicago, the fans of Chicago are going to have a bit of an issue.
They've already processed that, kids.
Perfect. So leave that as wet as it is and let it dry.
Man, I don't think you do it. Just anyway, we'll move on from it.
I'm just saying. I
just have a different way of looking at it.
No. I understand the way that you're looking at it. What I'm saying is that the way that you're looking at it opens up potentially a massive can of worms that sinks the quarterback.
It's gonna be that
if he ignores it,
it's gonna be that drama no matter what he does, bro.
No, ignore it. Who cares? Focus on your craft.
Listen, whether he answers it the way you approve, or if he doesn't say anything about it, which is what you approve of, or whether he speaks to it, which is what I prefer he does, either way, it's still going to be shit unless he goes out there and plays. At the end of the day, people are going to say shit because those are words that are on the record. They're gonna have they're gonna say what they want to say about it, period. And that's just gonna be that, man. But we'll leave that alone, man, because I do believe, my opinion is you just go and handle it like a man. Say what you said and go play ball. That's how you felt about it. That's how you felt about it. The fan base is already processing this. They over it. You know what I mean? They're ready to play some football. And I am too. I just would rather see him go out there and just put on his big boy pants and just go and get in front of the motherfucker. Fuck him. People feel how they want to feel about him. I had some strong words to say about it, but still, that was your feelings and your thoughts at that given time. That's how you felt about it. That's okay. I understand that, actually. And his dad being protective about him. I understand all that. Say that shit.
Bro, I'm the father of a football player. I get what you're saying. I get where the dad was coming from. I get it all. End of the day, I would not suggest that there's a Mary J. Blige song about this. You know what I mean? Trips. In any event, the drama is not, it doesn't need to be what it is. He doesn't need to feed into it.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not no, not that one.
No, that's the wrong one, man. That's the wrong. Damn it. Trip.
You throwing me over, with the goddamn cranberries, Mary J. Blige. God damn it.
Y'all want to get to something a little bit more, y'all want to get to something a little bit more fluffy than that? We can do that. So, all right, this is a little bit less fluffy, but we got two more things to talk about.
All right.
And so one of the things that I heard as a through line talking about this OTA session in phase 2 of it.
Ooh,
this guy here has been, listening to people talking about it. It's just like, man, this dude is intense as fuck out there. And he's like he's yelling at Cole Kmet, going off on him, having to stare down with him. And so I'm gonna frame it like this. I think there was a whole bunch of people like myself and probably some other people on here. I'm just gonna speak for myself, that were saying that, this guy, I don't know if he's leadership material. I know he's a great offensive coordinator, but I don't know if he can move men around. And that's a big difference between a really good offensive coordinator and a leader of men. Now, this guy has been extremely boisterous out there in OTAs, and people are noticing. And he's yelling, he's screaming, and there's other people out there doing it with him. And, and it's getting a lot of attention. And I'll just leave it there. He's been very boisterous. And it's a lot of people that are like, yeah, I love it. He's out there.
I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Man, it's just a motherfucker with some hot ass breath running around here hollering, man. That's what it is to me.
Well, I mean, but it was so unnatural watching Flus going out there just smiling and patting guys in the rump, giving them their stupid ass nicknames. And it's like, hey, you want to get after him a little bit like a coach is supposed to? And it's like, no, that should never happen. You're leaving the practice field with half-ass plays, undone. It's like, no, I want to coach. I was like, hey, we're going to run this shit till you get it right. Or as the coach says, you're going to run until I get tired. Let's fucking go. And as long as the respect is there, because it's coming from a place of love to make you better, being coached hard, as they say, not like the French fries fried hard, a little extra sauce, yummy, but being coached hard and, that ass getting into, no diddy. But, having, foot to ass to get the best out of the emotional aspect of this physical game. So if that's what we need, that's what we want to see, that's what Ben Johnson has, cool. But guess what? Most successful coaches yell at their players.
I'm like, cursing at these players worse than Marty Schottenheimer. That's the Eminem lyric, brother. That's what it is.
Mr. Charles said it's just normal behavior, man. Really all it is. But people got excited about it because they heard about it. It's just motherfuckers just out here hollering with some hot ass breath.
Look, so remember that guy who didn't holler and he was telling everybody about their Mako shark and they're like the Dragon Slayer, and he just he was just a hokey, goofy douche. Yeah, that didn't work. So I'd much rather have This guy, this young man out there cursing at these players worse than Marty Schottenheimer. That's what I'm trying to say. That's
Talk
what
about their mamas. Shit.
That's hey man, you go out there and you make sure that everything is straight. You're trying to put something down, it ain't going down. Homie's in the wrong spot. You're in the wrong effing spot. And why you do it is so that everybody knows they need to be in the right fucking spot. That's why you do it that way. You can't just, hey man, you know you're in the wrong spot, buddy. Because that doesn't show or send a message to everybody else on that line. It doesn't. You need to be that loud motherfucker with hot ass breath to get details dealt with. I'm with it. That's why I was also with Eric Bieniemy. They need some fire in this coaching staff, and I think we got some.
Man.
Oh shit,
I was just about to say, Cliff, man, Dicka used to be like that too. I was just about to say it, Cliff. Yo.
Man,
look at who we get. Have you seen Antoine Randall yell at a player? Yes. Have you seen Al Harris yell at a defensive back a time or two? Yes.
Hey, fine. Marty's might be like the losingest coach of all time.
Right, man. All that, I'm telling you, man. All that shit's getting. All this shit's getting. I'm telling you right now. All this shit's getting. I like it. You know what I mean? I like to see somebody animated and somebody really, really intense about
man.
No, listen, man.
Who cares?
I'm gonna cover both sides of this and tell you that I've been around both types of coaches. That you know, the really, really loud, boisterous ones like Ben Johnson appears to be, and the guys that you know come up to you, hey man, look, and break it down to you really, really cool, and I got you, coach, and you go out there and do your thing. I've been around both coaches, and what I would say to it is, you know, it's great to hear that, you know, somebody's just really, really intense out there. That's good. I'm just not one of them people that's going to get over the moon about it, because I know it's just when you're on the field, it's just like, hey man, dude, hey man, all that shit, get out of my face with all that, man. I hear you. I don't need that. You know what I mean? There's going to be players on the field like that. You know what I mean? I'm not a one-off in the world. There's a lot of people that feel like me. You know, you gotta coach certain guys in the way that Boisterous Ben is doing it. You got to get on people. And obviously Cole Kmet was one of those guys that he, you know, was probably singled out and circled as one of those guys that, let me get into him a little bit. Now maybe we can get more out of him. There's definitely guys on that field that he needs to probably do that too. For sure. I've been around players like that.
I think it's deeper than that.
No, it's not really, kids. It's just, you know, some of those guys, you're going to be able to do that too. And some of them they're going to bite back at him. They're going to bite back at him at some point.
Well, no, but that's a good coach though. You know who needs the foot up the ass, who needs the carrot, who needs the hug. I mean, that's part of being a good coach, knowing what player is reached how, in what manner, you know, the best way.
So, who said? Oh, so Levante says Bill Belichick yells, and I'm just gonna say, like, when reports were coming out that Bill was cussing out Tom, like, we're talking like after Super Bowl 3 win, you know what I mean? He getting cussed out in front of the players in the locker room. There's a very simple purpose for that. And the purpose is that it shows that Tom Brady is not above correction. He's not above the rest of the team, and there's a standard. And if this young man is coming into his first head coaching role, he needs to establish and set the standard. And in doing so, you must set the standard with a veteran who's respected and looked at and looked up to by the rest of the team. And that's what Cole Kmet represents, and that's what he's doing. He's saying, look, you're a veteran on this team. I expect more from you. I'm going to cuss you out in front of these people so that they see what that standard is. They're informed what the standard is. And so are you. And now that we've established a standard, hopefully I don't really have to cuss you out anymore. Hopefully you're going to follow and toe the line and be a example of that standard moving forward. Because that's really what, you know, that's really the expectation for Cole Kmet being in his, 5th year as a Chicago Bear? So I get it. Like, I understand exactly where this is coming from. Yelling at a rookie, that's just wrong. You know what I mean? That kid doesn't necessarily know what he should be doing, and he's in a learning and development role. That's not where Cole Kmet is in his career. Cole Kmet, for the most part, should have a great idea of what he's doing and should be respected as a leader and should be leading.
It's a couple of ways to look at that, kid. You know, you think a rookie shouldn't be chastised, and I think opposite. And for a couple of good reasons. A veteran,
while it depends on what the rookie develop. Sorry,
right, you understand. You got to understand where habits come from. You know, this is about habits and forming better habits, right? This ain't about I just want to be in your face and yelling and running around, throwing my weight around at you because I'm the head coach and I'm the boss. I can do that fucking shit. That's not about that. It's about identifying that, hey, one part you were right about is setting a standard that, hey, man, everybody needs to be out here in every situation, scenario, really going at it and doing it the right way. You need to get on people about that. Rookies, especially rookies, because rookies are coming from college where they're coddled and placated to. And, I was when I was coming into college, man. I really had my way. And when you go in, I leave that environment. I go to the NFL. I would imagine that everybody would have been like, hey, no, man, fuck you, dude. You on this team now. You're going to do it this way, right? And so you got to have that aspect to you and know that there's going to be some guys that are going to come in and they're going to understand that right away, and they're going to work their ass off for you because they know that they're in a different environment than they were in college. And then you get that other guy that's just like, man, he's got that laissez-faire attitude about it. And that's like, no, you better step your shit up, dog. If you want to be around here, you better step your shit up. So it applies to both veterans and rookies. If you got a veteran out there that's running around and you've been looking at that practice tape and they have it all in the building, practice habits make perfect. And if you're not doing this shit perfectly in practice, you're not going to do it in a game. And so there comes that space for you to get into that veteran's ass like, dog, I've been seeing your shit, man. You ain't been doing this right for a good while. Get it right, man. You finna do this better than you've been doing it. And so I get it. And I know that, to me, I think you itemize all that yelling and screaming to a certain place, in my opinion. You just can't do that to everybody.
No, you're right. Yeah, and that's what Trip was saying, right? You kind of have to you have to pick your battles and understand who you're yelling at and why. And you're right, Nomad, as well. Sometimes you got to yell at that rookie. He may be stuck in his ways and need to be pushed in a different manner. But in this case, I don't take any sort of umbrance with Ben cussing out Cole Kmet. I think, watching the film that I watched last season of Cole Kmet, I think a lot of things. The first one being, I think he got to a point where he just didn't give a shit anymore. And I think he was probably justified in getting there, right? So I'll give both sides of that particular take. But it's a new year, it's a new head coach, it's a new offense, new shit needs to go on.
I think the only one that it would not offend but be new to would be Luther Burden, not only because he's a rookie, because Loveland came from Michigan, where crazy ass Harbaugh was coach, so he got yelled at. Whereas Burton didn't get yelled at a lot at Mizzou because he was the star of the team.
Wow.
You
might need to get yelled at if you're the star of the team too. Just putting it out.
Right. But I don't think I get the sense from everything that I've heard, seen, read. I don't read that, the coaches may have been placating Burton a little bit down there at Mizzou and not as gung-ho on his ass as, let's say, other teammates. So, being a rookie coming in, getting yelled at is one thing, to whereas, Kmet is a veteran, but he still wants to be coach hard and yelled at, but how much yelling did, Tooney get, yelled at? It just depends on who makes the mistake, who needs it, who doesn't need it, who needs that attaboy or who needs that, hey, you want to make this team right kind of motivation.
So, Trips, you got to ask yourself, what kind of personality type are you? How do you respond to that? Oh, you have to think
Yeah,
about
you
it.
can yell at me. You can yell at me. I don't give a shit. But sometimes that if that is what is necessary to drive the point home, yeah, coach me hard. I'm a coach hard kind of guy. Be
Kid?
coach hard, rather.
It all depends. If I'm at fault, I would actually much rather be yelled at because I'm of the mindset that I learn from my mistakes. If I'm doing everything perfectly, there's no reason to yell at me at all. Real talk, we probably don't even need to talk at all. But if I ain't perfect and I'm making mistakes, I would rather they be pointed out. Hey, dude, you're fucking up here. Here's how you can improve. I appreciate that in life. I appreciate it in work. The problem is, in most situations, people are too afraid to be confrontational. Just flat out too afraid. I don't want to, make a stink. I'd rather just let that situation die. No. If you identify the issue here, I can get over the hump that much quicker and attack the problem. If I don't know there's a problem, I might just be oblivious to it. If you can see it dead in your face, by all means, please let me know. Tell me. It's like, it's like you're walking around, with corn in your teeth and nobody's got the balls to say, hey, bro, you got something in your mouth. You got something on your teeth. Just, go check your teeth in the mirror and you'll be fine. That's really what it is. So I got no problems with it. Yell, do what you need to do to get your point across, but definitely identify those shortcomings.
I remember the first coach that ever came to my house, I think was from I want to say Iowa. I think it was Iowa. Came to my house. And it wasn't directly at my house, it was at my grandma's house. And my grandma's, I told y'all a million times, my uncles and my aunts are like my brothers and sisters. And it was a bunch of motherfuckers at the house at the time. They came over there. And, they over there just to see, what environment I'm living in, and, how I am, and they want to offer you, they want to prove to your family that they care about you and all that. That's what visits are about. And I remember at the time, I can't remember whether my aunt or somebody that was going off on somebody. I think it might have been me. I was supposed to take out the garbage. He was going off. I don't give a fuck about you. Goddamn. She said something. I don't give a fuck about that white man being in my living room. It was like that. They was going off. And I can't remember whether it was about me or one of my uncles was supposed to take out the garbage. All I remember was, I don't give a fuck about that white man being in the goddamn living room. Give a fuck about that. Get this goddamn garbage out of here. It was like that. And so I remember that coach specifically saying to me, because we went outside and started talking on the porch after that. And he was just like, man, I know right now you ain't nobody that I need to yell at. I was like, you right about that. So that's why I was saying to you all.
I hear you now. I hear you. I hear you on a deep level. So what you're saying is you just tune that shit out.
It basically, I don't need it. I'm already motivated. And so there's multiple guys on the team like that. They know when they fuck up and they don't need nobody in their face. That's why I say the itemization, just itemize who you're getting on, who you're yelling at. There's some people out there that definitely need it, but there's definitely some people out there that ain't trying to hear all that. I know what I need to do.
So the other little analogy I'll give you, it's also kind of like, jail. The old saying is you walk into jail, you gotta, punch the biggest guy in the face first, so you make yourself look like a badass. That's also kind of what that is with Ben Johnson. He's a new guy. You have to establish that you have that gear. You don't necessarily have to use it every day and on everybody, but you have to establish that you have that gear. So, like I said, I think he found the right potential victim between the three of us here, as well as all the no maniacs out there. Cole Kmet might not be on this team too much longer.
Oh, damn. I didn't go there, but you went there.
I did. It's possible. The word is on the streets. So
what?
Singling him out. You trying to say he's singling him out?
No, I'm saying he's not singling out Cole. He just punched the big bad wolf in the face to set an example and make everybody know that I'm the big dog here. I have that gear. But if there's supposed to be like fallout, well, the worst case scenario,
like,
you know what I mean? We let you go, we get $5 million back, right? Like, whoops, we trade you for Trey Hendrickson along with that $8 million we just saved from Tooney plus your 5 plus a couple of more bucks here and there. So, like, maybe.
Right. You know, if Cole is on the outs with the new head coach, offensive coordinator, you know, that's not a good thing, you know, because it's not like
he just drafted a tight end, bro.
You know what I mean?
That's not even mince words here. He just drafted your replacement.
Right. You know, it's like we need an inline guy. Okay, Mr. Smythe, Mr. Smith, John M., whatever the fuck his name is, or whoever. It's like now you got those reps, and we're gonna look at Loveland as the weapon. So I mean, it's not like Cole Kmet is not upgradable.
Or replaceable.
And you know, or replaceable. And if he's not doing stuff right and he's the veteran, why aren't you doing stuff right? Okay, it's new, but damn, you know, you're getting called out like that.
Well, I mean, what is he asking you to do? Now you do your job. You should have an idea how to do it. And if you're somehow in the wrong position, you're either not reading the script, you know what I mean? You're not reading the scheme, or you don't know what's going on. So, yeah, I think there's, like, again, 3 of us here, as well as all the no maniacs out there, definitely saw Cole Kmet whiff blocks a bunch of times last season. We saw that. That's on film. I'm just calling a spade a spade. So, if he's out there whiffing blocks or lining up incorrectly, my boy gonna have a problem with it. He's an offensive guru. He needs the details and the T's to be crossed and the I's to be dotted. That's what he's looking for. And if they ain't, he might yell at your ass.
Hey, Trip. I bet you can real live picture my family, somebody in my house. I don't give a fuck about that white man in that living room.
Oh, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Where some house I was like, oh, my baby got the chance to go to college.
They ain't
get the scholarship. She's like, whatever the fuck.
They ain't getting no fuck
today. This garbage needs to go out right now.
She ain't getting no fuck. That's my auntie, man. I love that. I love her now. You know what I mean? That's how she is, man. I don't give a fuck about that white man in the living room. I told you to get this motherfucking garbage out.
This garbage is still in the house after I distinctly told you to take it out. That is a problem.
It will continue to be a problem until you get it out. So
and you will get it out right now.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Man, dude, it was real life.
What did you say? It wasn't like, no, let me go holler at coach. I was like, yes, ma'am. Let me take this garbage out real quick so she can shut up.
It was like a coordinator and an assistant. That assistant was over there. His face was red. He was snickering like a motherfucker. He was just like, man, this motherfucker going through it around here. It's like, felt like at the time that he came over, there was like 80 motherfuckers in this little ass house, man. It was just crazy. And that's my normal, it's a loud ass environment. Everybody cussing and yelling at each other. Maybe that's where my issues come from. I don't need all that, man. I get out my face with all that shit, man.
That's just how you
these scouts, shit, they go and because these scouts and these coaches, you know, they used to go into the ghetto. You know, that's where you find the best talent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those dudes that run 4-3 ain't always in the suburbs. You got to go to the hood.
Yeah. That's
where they know how to deal with it.
Man, it was real. It was real. All right, the next conversation and the very last conversation we need to have right here is, so it was news broken about, and I'm like this, man. I'm like, all these rules changes, man. You motherfuckers getting soft out here, man. And I don't like it, man. And stop trying to change the rules to benefit you. Let go play football. Stop them from doing whatever they're doing to you. That's my thoughts on it. And there's only one person in the world I know that was happy about that the tush push will remain, and that is this motherfucker.
Yeah. push, and the tush.
This motherfucker,
this homeboy doing he doing way more than just tushies and pushies, man. I'll just put it out there.
Yeah,
I don't even want to
shit
see
pushed
his
in
face.
from the
You take
homie.
him down, man. Don't that like, you need to take him down, man. You take him off.
Yeah, I agree with you because I don't understand. It's like, well, we can't stop it, so we have to change the rules to accommodate. It's like, no, learn how to stop it. And you know what? Your offense, they can learn how to do that shit too. But I gotta give my man Coach Johnson a shout out when he was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about those tush pushes. I like big plays, big yards. But knowing damn well he's going to teach his offense how to run it to get those first downs and touchdowns.
Acclimate to the rules, right? You just get your version of what that's the rule. Take advantage of it, man.
Who's this homie on the left-hand side, though?
Is that Drake?
I don't know who it is. A dude, I know that. In close proximity of a dude.
Dude, fair enough. I'm just checking. I'm trying to
figure he can almost smell what he's thinking.
Like in real life, none of you motherfuckers, if I met y'all tomorrow, you can't never get that close to me. Ever. We might tap up and bro hug, but that's it. Ain't gonna be no sitting around. These motherfuckers cupping.
It's Shamar Moore, he says. Not Shamar.
He's like, that smells like Old Spice.
You know that ain't no Shamar Moore, man.
These motherfuckers.
That's hilarious, though.
They spooning. That's some spooning.
Like Shamar Moore that it could be Shamar Moore. It ain't no Shamar Moore.
They spooning, bro. That's how you spoon with your girl, man.
Because like you about to point his head down and nibble on his shoulder.
Like, hey man, what you doing? Hey, obviously, Mr. Combs was with that kind of life. It's done came out in court. And
there's a lot of shit that came out in court about stuff that was coming in, going out, and a lot of different people too.
A lot of baby oil, a lot of goddamn lights and nasty sores in the mouth, big dongs, and we gonna leave that there. But God,
showers were of the golden variety.
And teaching people how to give oral, and you teaching how the fuck you teach a lady how you do that?
Pay attention and take notes, damn it.
No, man. Dog, this motherfucker was a goddamn.
I'm going to say some things on Shamar Moore's behalf right now. I'm just going to say some things like, first off, Shamar Moore's Canadian. That's the first thing I was going to say. So
so Drake.
He's a good guy. I don't think he has anything to do with this particular dude. I know folks who are related to Shamar Moore. I think he's a good man. That's all I got to say. This is not Shamar Moore.
We've been talking football for a long time. The football part is tush pushing, and that's the only person in the world I know that was happy about it.
I always get love from the homies.
Well, clearly the Packers as well. They're the ones who had a problem with the tush push in the first place. But,
I mean that's like running the teacher. Billy hit me. We'll go hit Billy back in the motherfucking mouth there. Why you running the teacher? Like league, the tush push, we can't stop it. Well, learn. I mean, they're not doing nothing illegal. We'll make it illegal. No.
Man, I got something on my screen that I can't get rid of. Hold on for 1 second.
Is it Diddy or Shamar Moore?
Nah, neither.
Neither. Okay, just checking.
Some bullshit going on right here. I'm trying to get it off my screen. Hold on.
Johnson & Johnson's baby oil?
Another gooch.
Nah, it ain't that. God, what's going on here?
I know what's going on in America. Y'all love Johnson & this company. You're just putting all your money into these people's pockets.
Johnson & Johnson, both
of them. Both of those Johnsons.
Have the gooch. That was the bully on Different Strokes.
On Different Strokes.
And he's the gooch.
Oh, finally got it off my screen, man. I'm dealing with this. But in real talk, man, this tush push thing
clicks at one of them links.
This
Burke Wallace. Shout out, Steve.
No, it's this trust me, it's this app I was trying to download to help out with the production of this stuff, but I probably downloaded some wrong shit. But listen, man, this whole tush push thing, I don't know, man. I don't know how y'all feel about the fact that a team can line up their physical team against your physical team and take advantage of you for a yard.
Take your goodies.
How can you
Push
be
your
mad
shit all
about
the
something
way
like
in.
that? If somebody can get more physical than you can and take advantage of the rules, why can't you? Instead of getting upset about it.
Yup. Yeah, that's why it's a little bit I find good words to use. You know what I mean? I can't say those other words. They're bad words. Shouldn't use those words. But it's a little bit weak. Yes, found a word. It's a little weak to complain about something like this. And you're right, Trip. Billy punched him in the eye. And you know what I'm teaching my kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm teaching you not only punch Billy in the eye, I'm also telling you to take Billy's lunch money and maybe take his sister too. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna tell you, I'll tell my kid to do a couple of things that you didn't tell your kid to do.
Shit, what is mama looking like? Shit.
You know what I'm saying? I might.
You guys want to hear? You want me to make this real football, Crimson? And this is for you, my guy. Keep this real football. How do you counteract a team that wants to use their physicality against your physicality? What it's going to do to me, and these are the two teams that are going to be right there at the precipice of winning a championship again, probably. What do you do to stop them? Now Philadelphia has a big physical offensive line, right? What do you do? Get yourself a big physical defensive front.
I agree.
And so all this is going to do is up the ante that all the teams in the league that really want to seriously compete for a championship and quit crying about a motherfucking rule, get your team bigger and physical, more physical than it was. And so that when that situation comes about and you're on the precipice of moving to the next level or winning a championship, you can stop them from doing that to you. At the end of the day, the football aspect of it is going to remain the same. Do something about it. Simple as that. Get your team bigger and more physical than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Ain't nothing wrong with what you're saying here, bro, because that's we've had a very hard time securing a single yard over the course of the last little while. Definitely last year. You need to get 1 yard, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. It's been tough sledding there, especially post Justin Fields. So, even sometimes with Justin, it wasn't easy.
I'm watching this stuff in real time, and all I'm doing is watching an offensive line just get lower. They know the snap count. They know when to get off the ball. They just get ahead of the defensive front, and they just get to the ground, and they make basically it's just like we're going to surge to the front, and we're going to get underneath you, and we're going to move you back a yard, and we're going to have somebody come behind us, come behind the quarterback and push him forward. That's all it is. If you look at it, all they do is just get low and get on the ground, and the quarterback finds the best blocking lineman, and he gets on top of him, and that's it. There ain't nothing complicated about that shit. Nothing. I just don't understand what the complaints are about. I don't understand any of the teams that would oppose this, this play. I don't get that, man. It's just football.
Well, any team that's not the Eagles, because nobody has seemed to have been able to stop it, and no other offense has seemed to have been able to replicate it with as much success.
Buffalo does a pretty good job.
Well, okay, there you go.
If for the people who like physical football, like I do, and I've grown up in that mindset, this is just normal. The key to it all is the offense knows what's about to happen. They know the cadence, and they know the snap count. They know exactly what it's going to sound like. He's going to make a gesture or it might be a freaking tap up the butt of the center, and the offensive line, the rest of the linemen are trained to react to if the center moves first. If the center gets off the ball, they know to move. It might not even be a sound, but either way, it's a physical advantage for the team that knows what's going on the offense. That's it. If you can't stop it, you can't stop it. Ain't nothing to talk about there other than Diddy or nasty ass.
And maybe you send your second string quarterback out to do it. Make this a Tyson Baden special. Hey. Master of the tush push. Well, actually, I think we already know who the master of the tush push really is. But
I like the fact that the committee says, "Shut up, go play football." I love it.
Well, that's probably the first committee to ever get anything semi-right. So there's that. I hate committees.
You can scroll.
Oh damn!
The master of the real master of the tush push.
Oh no, man. He on defense, man. Don't start acting like that, Scrolls.
Oh,
man.
those cold-blooded Scrolls. That's great.
All they gotta do is put him out there at center. Ain't nobody gonna fool with him.
Because technically he was the bottom, so you know.
What if he's behind somebody?
What now?
Master being pushed.
What if he's behind somebody? What if he's behind the quarterback?
We've gone way further than we probably should have.
Hey, dog, I'm gonna get right up on your behind. I'm gonna push you.
You're gonna do what now?
That's what Michael Sam said.
Oh, that's what Michael Sam said. I thought you were saying it because it sounded like it was coming out your mouth. I was a little worried.
Oh my goodness! Well, that's what you get after 3 hours and 5 minutes of conversation.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you get, man. Kid, you old nasty trifling.
Me, I'm not the one saying I'm going to do anything. I said Michael Sams was a master of the tush push. That's what I said. You went full on.
I think
Michael Sam's persona.
I think you and the Scroll, the whole LGBT community come after you two motherfuckers for real.
Why? What did
Nah,
we?
but
Y'all ain't no good, man. Y'all ain't no good.
They ain't put me on blast like the Scrolls. I just said something, and the Scrolls threw out a name, and I agreed. This is how this went down. Instead, you were like, "Yeah, I'm Michael Sams," and then you went ham with it, bro. I'm just putting it back out there. Anyhow, so I apologize to the LGBTQ community for being an asshole.
So Cliff does his segment once a month. He did his segment already during the draft coverage. He does.
Yeah, that was April, wasn't it? This is May.
Yeah, so that was we pushing up around that time. Anyway.
Yeah, so Chef Trip should be on the schedule like next week or the week after.
All right.
Yeah, man. He said I can't eat food, but I can look at it.
Well, that makes enjoying those videos all the more possible because there's a lot of deliciousness going on for the taste buds, the sweet, the sour, the savory. You know, if it begins with the S, it's all up in there.
Cliff, thank you for that parfait idea. I'm gonna have to mess around with it because, like, for those who are real keto, I'm a little bit light keto. The real guys out there use 35% whipping cream in everything. You could just bust out a parfait anytime. So if I go real hard keto, I might have to do some parfait business, man. And a lemon parfait right now has got my name written all over. I'm like, hello.
Peanut butter.
What is Mark Wallace talking about? He says, and I think he's talking about this tush push fruity stuff. He said there's a famous Bears player that would like that as well.
Uh-oh.
Who the hell is he talking about? I don't know who you're talking about on this one, Mark. You got me curious, though. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Bi-curious?
I don't know.
Well, now,
now you wild, boy.
Now Maurice Douglas, he's a stripper.
Who?
Does that count? Maurice Douglas, remember him?
Yeah.
Is he a famous Bears player?
Well, he was in the secondary. I think he was a safety or a cornerback.
Who?
Maurice Douglas.
What era?
Jerry Curls.
Oh, god damn, you talking about 80s.
Well, a little bit after the 80s.
Oh,
Scroll said Olin Cruz. What?
He's messing around now. Olin Cruz will kill us all. Don't
watch your back.
Don't play around now, Scroll.
You're gonna be dead like the Pope. Fooling around.
I'd like not to be choked.
Owen don't give a damn about HR. Shit, he would knock that shit out and choke your ass.
Choke me out, put me in a locker.
Now I'm trying to think of what famous Bears player might go that way.
I
don't know, man. You got me, Mark. I don't know. You got me.
Mark's laughing because you and I both know who he's talking about. So
I don't know who he's talking
There's
about.
no chance I'm saying any kind of names. I think it's a great time to end this show.
Yeah. well, he actually do give us a name.
I
don't know who that is.
I never really wondered or cared. All I can think of is you said famous, so no, it's not Henry Burris, because he was a quarterback that closed his eyes to throw the ball. So I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Oh no, Scrolls, you don't want to know, man. You don't want to know, man.
See, now I know. Now I know you know for sure.
Scrolls,
that's why you put it up. Now I know you know for sure.
Scrolls, you keep your Bears lore right where it is, man. You don't want to know. I want to think of those guys the way I think of those guys. Oh no.
He said Eric Kramer. Oh damn.
It's raining, man.
A lot, though.
Hallelujah. It's Jim Covert.
That might explain
Jim Miller. No, Jim Miller. There you go.
Shout out to Eric Kramer, man. He still got that.
Hallelujah. It's raining, man.
Damn.
Weather girls. Hey.
All right, let's get out
of
here. Anytime we break into RuPaul theme music, it's probably a great time to shut this show.
All I can hear is that You hear outside them clubs, man.
See, he knows all of the RuPaul theme music. I'm getting real.
They be beating in there, shit.
Man. Hey, all you gotta do is live in Atlanta, motherfucking just drive past.
Man, come on. One of my favorite
that Freaknik got to you, bro. That's what happened. That Freaknik.
Y'all saw what's the name? Robin Williams. He was the husband in the birdcage.
Oh, you talking yeah. Oh, that the dude with the gravelly voice.
Yeah, that was the mother.
Real gravelly.
It's not Roy Firestein. What's that dude's name? But he's funny. He's funny as hell.
I don't know his name. He just got a real gravelly voice. It's super gravelly.
But yeah, birdcage. That shit was hilarious.
Sometimes you in this life, you just don't know who's who and what's what, and you think of a certain person in a certain way, especially as men, And I've grown past the stage of giving a shit about what somebody does in their private life. I don't care. I mean, as long as you ain't taking advantage of small people and that kind of thing, I don't give a shit.
We're back at the little people again.
I'm just saying. What I want to say to you
is, midget.
All jokes aside, people choose what they choose. That's it. That's all it is, man. You don't get down on nobody because they choose that. That's them. You don't know what that individual is going through in life.
And sometimes they choose Johnson & Johnson's baby oil.
Yeah. Yeah. That's some stinking shit, man.
I'm on fire tonight. I swear to God. I hope y'all laughing your heads off.
All right, man. How about this, man?
That's Nathan Lane. That's what I was talking about.
Nathan Lane is the guy with the super gravelly voice. Is that his real name? Nathan Lane? We got a beard.
Yeah.
Short.
Whoever Nathan Lane is he some kind of is he Fred Sanford, what Fred Sanford would call a fruitcake?
Oh shit, yeah. I do kind of sound like Fred Sanford when I do this voice too. Fred Sanford meets Nathan Lane.
Oh man. Dog, I hope I never see that movie. I've heard so much about it. I don't want to ever watch 6 Degrees of Separation. I don't never want to see that.
What, Kevin Bacon?
I will. No, Will Smith is in that movie.
Oh.
I'm sorry. This is so funny.
I know. Hey, I know some of them dudes.
I give him like a little LGBT like.
I grew up around.
I ain't never gonna watch Will Smith in it.
No, I don't want to. What the fuck you want to watch that for, man?
Well, I mean, some people that's what is the wind beneath their wings. You know what I mean? That's what floats their boat. That's what sets their sails.
Hey, Trip, me and my girl like
adrift in midnight.
I don't know what genres you two guys get into, man, but once in a while, me and my girl like to get into some of those medieval European shows, like fucking
Downton Abbey.
No. Medieval, dog. I'm talking about movies like Troy. Movies.
It's like straight up.
Think about what's the
Gladiator.
This shit like that. And every time you get into one of those shows, at some point, it's going to be some heavy guy on guy humping going on.
Well, yeah, you know, they was horny and there was a hole right there. So it's like, give me that hole and I won't be horny no more.
I got to get up and move. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you know, back in the day with the Greco-Roman wrestling, all little boys at the Coliseum or at the gymnasium, all oiled down like they were wearing a toga. You know what I mean? What and you got that friction going on and wearing nothing but a toga. You know there's gonna be some arousals going on with the little boy, and that's just how they did it. That was what real men did back in the day.
No.
And then, you know, like Caligula, you ever seen that movie?
No.
Yeah, Caligula was emperor of
I'm
Rome.
gonna get out of here for Trip start going down really down the road.
He went down the road. You paved the road. He's driving down the road. He's driving down
I didn't even want to go this far. I'm just saying. I just open up.
Well, next time y'all have a movie night.
I just
next
open
time
up.
Y'all have movie night. Watch the movie Caligula. It's a classic.
Oh man,
don't stay away from Caligula. Stay away from what's the other one with Heston, Charlton Heston.
Barabbas? No, Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur. Stay away from Ben-Hur.
Moses.
My guy, Moses is close as well. My guy Levante Rogers is saying 300. Now look, 300 is dope. It's a dope ass movie. It's a really great book, comic book. But like, you know, it depends who. Like, if you're watching it and you're having a George Costanza moment at the masseuse, y'all know what I'm talking about. You're probably watching it. You might have to check yourself.
Like,
we're gonna get up out of here for both of y'all. For both of y'all end up in some crying game shit.
His hands were so strong.
We're gonna get some crying game.
It moved, he said. No, look, I don't care about anything, but I'm just gonna say, like, top 5 greatest characters of all time. George Costanza. Just
yeah.
If you haven't messed with Seinfeld for some weird reason, you need to check yourself and spend good time with George Costanza. I've learned life lessons I will never forget from this man.
He's such a petty individual.
He's great. Not only is he petty, but he's figured his way around social systems. And it's fantastic to watch, right? Like my guy he's at the office and he just does this and people leave him alone. Yo,
what the fuck? I can tell you've been
donate to the human fund to give me your money.
Hey, George, are you okay, man? Are you all right over there? You okay? Yeah, man, it's been a tough week. Like, you know, oh, don't worry, we'll leave you alone. And they leave the whole boy alone because he just looks. It's like, I figured something out. It's called the furrowed brow. What?
Bro, I can tell you've been hanging around. You grew up around too many goddamn white people, man. Because I can tell you right now, the only time in my goddamn life
I'm telling you,
there's 2 things happened, man. One is for the first time in my life, my cable got cut off. Number 1. Number 2, the second thing that happened after that, I got somebody to come over there and bootleg my shit, and I got basic cable. And so you get to ABC, NBC, and all that kind of shit going on. I can get those receptions. And I had to watch some Seinfeld and all that kind of shit. But that's what had to happen for me to sit around and be watching that shit.
Bro, if you can't
like,
see the
like
genius,
there's no nothing.
I mean, just simple skits like the Soup Nazi. It's like the soup is so good that it's like no soup for you. It's like next gone, and then the cashier she snatch it off the counter, and everybody look at you is like, oh,
and they like. The best part of that whole skit is that Elaine came in there like, yo, you know what? Screw the Soup Nazi. I'm just here to do whatever. Yo, you're out. And she looked at Jerry and was like, Jerry, like, help me out in this situation. And Jerry was like, yo, I need to fall back and get in line because the supermarket might kick me out. This is Gestapo up in this mother.
Because I want some soup. You can't have none. You fucked up.
I need to get me some soup, though. Sorry, Elaine. I don't even know you.
The funniest part of that show was the goddamn father. There's one episode.
Serenity Now? Yeah,
no, I'm talking about
Festivus?
Frank is classic.
Man, this motherfucker, one show, the parents talking about Frank and his wife went out of town, and George and Jerry was around. I don't know exactly what happened, but they came back, and that motherfucker left an open rubber package. And
Right.
He came out the room. He said, "What is this? What is this? A prophylactic? Who told you could go in my room?"
The way Frank would say it too. What is a prophylactic?
And then George's mom was bugging out. My bad, George.
Or when she caught him jerking off in the hospital, man. Oh, bro.
George.
All right, man. We gotta go, man.
Oh, that's a classic show, dude. I mean, it's just
top 10 shows of all
top
time.
Down. I mean, Kramer doing all his dumb shit.
My God, Kramer.
When he was making vegetables in the shower.
Bro, I've been watching it recently, and it's right on that episode. Those 2 episodes where I don't know. For it's not just one episode; it's multiple episodes. First thing to say. Why the fuck is he answering the phone in the shower? Like, who the hell got the phone in the shower? Let alone a full-on salad. That he's messing with the salad. I'm telling you, man, that show is so stupid.
Right.
It's funny, but just George Costanza alone, his antics, second to none.
I remember. Hey, listen, one more thing before we get ready to get out of here. We're gonna give some pleasantries before we get out of here. I remember, and this is some, I wasn't accustomed to any of that, humor at all. I come from a certain kind of environment. That humor was absolutely foreign to me. And so what I did, I called up one of my homeboys. This is when my cable was off. My phone was still on, but I called him. I was like, dog, you ever heard of this motherfucking show called Seinfeld? He's like, man, you talking about that old ass show? I was like, man, you ever seen it? He's like, man, I've seen it here and there. Obviously, I'm talking to another black guy, right? And so he was just like, man, that's just white people humor. And I was just like, sometimes that should be funny as hell. And I turned him on to it. And so me and him, I only seen like my cable was off for like maybe 4 or 5 days, I think. That was it. And I watched a bunch of shit. I watched that. I watched the fucking what's that I watched the Breaking Bad marathon on one of those channels. I watched all that shit. And it tripped me out that different kind of humor. That's not the humor I'm used to, man. These were some degenerate motherfuckers, man.
So Elaine and Putty.
I have to ask you a very important question now. So I guarantee you Triple R seen this movie, but Nomad, have you seen the movie Spaceballs?
No. I heard about it. I ain't never seen it.
Oh, now that explains everything.
What's wrong, Colonel Sanders?
Because there's a certain level of humor, or like another movie along these lines is Airplane. Have you seen the movie Airplanes 1 and 2?
No.
You've never seen Airplane 1 or 2,
bro.
This explains everything, bro. This
explains
everything, dog. These 3 movies, the 3 movies that I just suggested, are 3 of the single funniest films ever invented.
Ever.
And like the best part about it is in all 3 of these films, there's black folks. They're involved in the movie.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Right.
I seen little clips of that.
What's his name?
We ain't found shit, Mark Wallace. We ain't found shit, bro. Calm the desert. comb the desert.
I think the funniest shit, some of the funniest shit I ever saw in my life was real old. It's called History of the World.
Okay, same guy.
Oh yeah, Monty Python's. There we go.
That shit was funny as fuck to me.
Man, did you ever watch Monty Python's Flying Circus?
Nah.
So I'm sure I don't remember the Flying Circus, but Holy Grail is classic.
Yeah,
there's certain levels of humor that you should definitely like. I'm sad for you right now, bro. Like before we shut this show down, I'm just saying I feel terrible for you if you haven't seen these 3 films because they're stupid. Like they're stupid.
Does anybody speak jive?
I do. What's going on, Brett? Home slice? cut on, lady, some slack. Hey man, hey, job ass turkey, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Hey, man. I've been a very active man in my life, and I ain't watched a whole lot of TV.
Benny Hill, yeah.
I be like here's my life, man. Like I love the throwback stuff. Like right about now, like every time y'all come into the studio, y'all listening to me, listening to throwback hip hop. I'm into throwback stuff, so I'm finding a lot of the stuff y'all talking about just now. You know what I mean?
Well, this was the PBS Channel 11 public broadcasting system. That was their Sunday evening, Sunday night broadcast. You know, they play Doctor Who, the one with that wore the scarf with the fuzzy hair.
Seen some of that.
All right, and then they would play some Monty Python's Flying Circus. And they get that on. Then they throw in some Benny Hill. What
is it about that Doctor Who? Something about that film. Something is spooky about it to me.
It's well, he's a not a time lord, or is it a time lord that they call him back then? So his character morphs into different people, so they have different actors playing them.
I'm talking about the film, like the film quality. Something about the film quality and the way, I don't know what they was doing to record.
Well, it was low budget in it was like Europe or London or over there in England someplace, and it was the 70s, 80s, so that wasn't like high tech, you know. So like the TARDIS, you know, terminate, their robots and shit was like very like robotic. But you know, and the TARDIS was like, you know, just kind of light, bright, you know, light up shit, and they just hit, you know, dummy buttons playing whack-a-mole or something. But it wasn't about the special effects. It was about the story. You know what I mean? Because every time they would go someplace, and it's like, well, where the fuck are we? What's going on? And they got to figure shit out. So and they solve the mystery, and then they get back on the TARDIS and go back about their business.
So what the question I want to ask you, and I'm talking about to you, kids, and the No Maniacs. Have you ever watched something like throwback and you've seen the film quality? So let's just say, you know, you got film that they might have shot the movie in 3D or something, or they might have shot it in like the more lengthier view or the wider view. You got wide view film, and you got like, you ever seen something that had a different film quality that, like if you watch horror or something like that, and something about the film quality added to the spookiness of it? You ever seen anything like that?
Something about the film quality that added to the movie?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the first movie that I would say that like really meant something to me it would be the first Avatar film. Because I remember watching it in the theater and sitting, like, I got my 3D glasses on. It's me and my 2 sisters are sitting with me. We're watching like a family thing, and there's just this one scene where he's learning how to fly this like thing. I don't know what it's alien dragon birdie lizard thing. He's just flying it, and he just runs and he jumps off this cliff with the bird. And I'm sitting here, and in 3D, the whole world shifts to follow his trajectory, and I'm like, holy smokes, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, and I look at both my sisters, and they're like, ah, like about both of them. I'm like, all right, go. Like, it ain't just me. This whole room shifted That's dope. Like Jim Cameron, big shout outs to you. You did it again.
That's what I'm talking about, kids. It's like sometimes you can watch something and kids is having that particular experience. And like I've only seen probably 3 3D movies in my life. And yeah, like they had one time I was in Atlanta, they had this new movie theater that was opening up and they were showing Jaws 3D, again, and a lot of motherfuckers. It was like the grand opening, and everybody was like filing in. That motherfucker was packed. They were serving food. Literally, they set it up in a way that you can order like meals in there, and so it was a movie theater. You can order like a 5-star meal there, and they had it popping like that, and they were showing Jaws 3D, and I saw that shit for the first time with those 3D glasses on. And I'm telling you, that rocked my world. I was high as Rick James in there smoking herb. Man, dude, that motherfucking shit was off the chain. So that's what I'm talking about, Trips. Like a movie experience, it might have been film quality.
Well, like, it was like you're saying, like the IMAX theaters, where you get caught up in like that. But I would think, thinking about it, it's like the old Bela Lugosi or Vincent Price horror movies.
I like that shit.
Where the screen, the quality of the film was like crackly, and it was like very shadowy, and it just kind of enhanced the ambiance of the darkness of the film, and that just made it extra scarier to me, than like, let's say, a clean HD shot versus that old crackly stuff. And then like, the voices of the narration of, this is Vincent Price. And it's like, and then you get scared. You know what I mean? So, I mean, just those qualities, the scary voice, narration, the
you like that kind of stuff?
Yeah. The what?
You like that kind of stuff? Because Nosferatu would be right up your alley if you like that.
Yeah, I saw it was cool because that reminds me of Salem's Lot, which was like one of my favorite Stephen King books that turned into a movie, scared shit out of you. And now I'm talking about the old Salem's Lot. Like the new Salem's Lot was kind of like, yeah. But, reading it and letting your mind, your imagination fill in those blanks and fill in the visuals for your head is also a lot scarier than some of these directors' visualizations of these movies can be as well. Because, they try to make it over the top, sensationalized, and it's like, yeah, that shit ain't even like, yeah, you lost me.
Hey, Trips, there was this one, because they did that shit went over so well when we was in there watching that, what was that movie I just told you? We watched Jaws in 3D. They went through it back again. And this was by like 3 weeks later. They kept playing Jaws like a few weeks in a row because they was getting such a crowd. They selling food and everything in this thing. And we went back there. They played The Howling down there in 3D, bro. In 3D. So there's a copy of that old original movie called The Howling. And to this day, man, I love the vampire genre. I love the werewolf genre. I love all the monster genre. The Howling, to this day, I've seen some. You think about this movie that was made I think that was made in the late 70s, early.
Well, did you have you seen American Werewolf in London? The original?
It's I've seen that.
Werewolf in London.
Let me finish about the Howling. You got to think about when that movie was made, what effects they had to make that. I've seen little, people describe that movie. I've seen how they made it. That shit was so off the chain. For that time, that was groundbreaking. For that particular era, that was so groundbreaking. That that shit will freak you out, man. That lady was inside this little, I don't know, some kind of classroom or something, or a little lab, and that fucking werewolf that motherfucker came in there and just transformed right in front of her. Every stage of the transformation. That shit was crazy. Crazy. Everybody in that motherfucker, everybody was gasping.
Phantasm. That was another good one.
Yeah, I like your horror movies. I'm just saying so you remember Unsolved Mysteries, Nomad? You must have watched Unsolved Mysteries a little bit.
No, I didn't know watch that one.
Wow, man. Jeez Louise. Unsolved with Robert Stack. No.
Yeah, that's classic.
It's a classic show. Say,
Well, I mean, it's like all
that
real life, motherfuckers getting killed and buried in fucking.
And watching TV.
That's like real shit that ever that's happened.
I'm Robert Stack, and somebody got stabbed around the corner. We don't talk about it. And that's basically what happens every show. But like, why I'm bringing up Robert Stack is in Airplane, the movie. He's one of the main characters, and he comes out, and he ain't just this like. He's fucking hilarious, and you come to find this out. I didn't know. You know what I mean? I didn't fucking know Robert Stack had comedic timing. I just thought he was just an announcing ass motherfucker from fucking Twilight Zone, or sorry, fucking Unsolved Mission. That's how he comes off. But in this show, the movie starts out with him coming into the airport, and like basically like. Harry Krishna comes up to me and he's like, hey, like, we want to talk to you about our religion. And he's like, yo, like, I got shit to do. And he like moves the guy out the way. And then next to some nuns, and they're like, yo, sir, would you like to, we'd like to talk about Catholicism. He's like, look, like, lady, I got big things to do. I got a call, I got things. And next thing you know, he's just beating the shit out of everybody he sees, bro. He's fighting everybody. And when I say fighting, he's doing like special moves, flips, all kinds of shit. Whooping these people, and for the most part, they're like salespeople, like people are bringing him roses. He's kicking them in the face. It's fucking hilarious from beginning to end. And I'm telling you, you missed some ridiculous humor in these three movies. Spaceballs is just jokes on like Star Wars and the space genre, just jokes all the way across the board. Mel Brooks also has one about horror movies, but it's not as good. Young Frankenstein?
Young Frankenstein was kind of horror-ish.
Yeah,
but now, if you want to talk Mel Brooks, I mean, Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles is like about the brothers, man. And that's actually, you got a Blazing Saddles, man. Where's that? This is Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, no, man. You have seen Blazing Saddles, right?
Yeah, I've seen Blazing Saddles history.
Hey, there's therapy in this.
Yeah,
Blazing Saddles,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's Mel Brooks is a genius on another level, and he didn't do the Airplane movies, but they're the same type of humor. But
Mel Brooks is still alive, by the way.
Who Mel Brooks is still alive, and he's trying to do a Spaceballs 2. Since I'm on my own show right now, I'm just gonna plug me, Mel Brooks. Damn it, I'd love to be in Spaceballs 2, bro. If there's anything I can do to get into Spaceballs 2, no Diddy. And just end it right there.
Hey, Crimson, you want to do me a favor? Make me a PC where I can break down. Do me a favor. Make me a PC where I can break down all 22 on a touch screen. I'll send you something if you need it.
George Michael Sports Machine.
I want to be able to touch the screen and kind of guide what I'm saying on the screen. I'm close to actually going to buy something like that. But if you make PCs, you might be able to make something.
Ooh, Scrolls, that's a crazy system, bro.
Wait, what's going on now?
I don't know how we got off of movies, but they're building some crazy PCs.
Yeah, they're talking about PCs and all that kind of stuff. But I want to talk about horror. That is something about that, man. Like, I don't know what it is, man, but something about horror. And I think I'm one of these days, I do really believe that I can write the craziest horror script. And I think the simplicity of what I have in mind will spook the shit out of people, because people get crazy with all these. I think horror is garbage right now for the most part.
I think it's always been garbage.
No. If you're not a horror person, you don't understand.
Well, I mean, like Stephen King. Stephen King is horror. He's good.
Stephen King is more
it's the story, and he puts the visualization behind.
He's more like
suspense than the
thriller, like is what I would call Stephen King as opposed to horror.
I mean, you want blood and gore horror.
Well, that's what horror is. One of two things. It's
blood
either blood and gore for gore and blood's sake, like Rob Zombie, or it's a friggin' dream sequence. And I don't give a shit about either one of these things. And that's
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That was
sequence.
That's
Or
that's
what's the thing with the where you got to escape the horror room kind of thing?
answer this, man. Do you
With the
think
clown face? What is that thing with the clown face?
you talking about
Pennywise.
Pennywise? Yeah, that's
No, not it. The one where you got to escape like the rooms in a certain amount of time, or you
garbage.
get tortured to death.
That's
Oh,
garbage.
Saw.
Saw. There you go.
Saw. That's dope.
So there's a difference
That's a fine
between
line. Like that's a dope ass movie.
Yes, what I'm trying to tell him is there's a difference between, to me, in my opinion, there's a difference between horror and gore. There's gore and then there's horror. Horror is a mind thing. Gore is a lot of blood, a lot of guts, and I'm fucking you up every chance I. That's to me the difference.
But
That's just
problem.
me. I don't know. Everybody else might.
Like, I hear what you're saying. So like you're calling the over the tops, bloody stuff gore, and I hear it. My problem with horror is that I'm too smart for it. Like I need to have I don't mean sound like a fucking asshole, but like I need to have somehow it needs to make sense to me and work its way out in the end. In the end of every one of these movies, except for something like Saw. Like Saw is a great example of something that is sort of horror minded. It's really just a suspense. I call it suspense thriller. Suspense thriller, I'm in all day long. But if it's just weird shit's happening, there's ghosts, and I don't know what's going on, it's 95% of the time going to end in a dream sequence. Oh, this was all in your skull. You're crazy.
You know what you need, man? You need a dark room, alone, and a goddamn fat joint.
If you think I haven't been
and
in
then
a
what movie should
joint
you
of
put
the
on?
past 20 years?
Good movie I suggest to you, and let that motherfucking shit let your mind work.
What movie?
What I would suggest to him?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, there's so many. Let me put my finger on one that really, really got to me.
Yo.
I think I would say, you know what I would say? I would say watch The Omen, the very first Omen.
So I'm going to give a shout out to Cliff Victoria as well. The first Nightmare on Elm Street, Nightmare on Elm Street is a dope ass horror movie. It's one of the few, in my opinion.
Make sure it's indica, bro. So you don't go out and hack somebody to death because you're crazy and shit.
Bro, like I'm telling you, I've definitely been in a dark room and watched a horror movie on some indica. Like there's no way that this hasn't happened over the course of the last 20 plus years.
KMC said go watch The Evil Dead for the first time.
Okay, so like Evil Dead is a very good horror movie. That's probably my number 2 horror movie. Nightmare on Elm Street and Evil Dead. Those first two, I'm more of an Evil Dead 2 guy, boomstick all day long. But I can't dispel my intelligence for long enough. I'm trying to solve the mystery and what's going on with what I'm watching. And if it's like if I can't solve it, it's gonna piss me off.
You just need a lone, bro. You need a lone and some dark and some horror.
It's not gonna change.
And a fat one, and nobody to pass it around to, bro.
I'm just telling you,
ain't nobody around when you start hearing little shit and shit start playing around in your head. You like, oh shit, what the fuck was that?
Nothing plays around in my head. In my head, it's like, yo, I need to solve this mystery because this needs to make sense to me. If it doesn't make sense, I'm mad that I spent 2 hours watching it. Like it's basically where I'm at. And like something like Saw, in the end, makes sense. So I watched a bunch of the series. It's actually a dope ass series, but I wouldn't personally consider it horror. I would consider it suspense thriller. You know what I mean?
I've seen this one. That's and I can't hardly remember it because I was real little when I seen it. But I remember seeing the trailer of it, and it was this baby carriage, and in the baby carriage, it was some claws coming out of the baby carriage. I'm like, dog, you have no idea how dope horror is and how much people
bear down, claws up.
With thoughts
talking like Rosemary's Baby.
Nah, man, dude,
that's a good fucking horror movie.
Yeah, that was a good horror movie right there.
Fucking good horror movie, bro.
That,
you'd be surprised. Real good.
man.
Rosemary got knocked up. It wasn't cool, bro. It didn't work.
Mhm.
It didn't work out well for Rosemary, man.
Not at all.
No, it didn't work out good. Not for her or the baby. I'm
A
just
good joint, some darkness, a long time, horror. That'll get you good with yourself, bro. That'll get you good with yourself.
like I say, man, I've definitely done this. Not a fan of the genre at all. I
Candyman, that's a good one.
Mhm.
I've watched it.
Hey, how about some zombies? Some good old zombie horror.
Look, I've done tons of zombie horror.
The original one.
No, like
Well, I
come
mean,
on,
like
it's not
the
bad.
Train to Busan, like Korean, like those South Koreans make some nice zombie joints.
Yeah,
The Train to
no,
Busan was pretty good. I like.
I haven't done that one. Like I mean, like I'm watching The Last of Us right now. Y'all watching The Last of Us?
Yeah, I can't. Those
you-
series, I can't even fuck with them like that.
Really? Did any like the video games were dope as all sin too? By the way, just saying,
That's
they're pretty good games.
just too much for me. Those quests and all that shit, they couldn't keep my attention.
You want to know the scariest movie I ever seen in my life, and without question?
It's probably The Exorcist.
Nope.
That's
It's
right
the
there with
real.
Cam
It's
T.
the real shit. Is fucking Jaws.
You know what? I can feel that.
Yeah, the original.
Oh, Minister Charles is saying Poltergeist. Like, I'm with you there, Minister Charles.
I got Exorcist.
Oh, you're talking about Cliff. You're talking about Zombieland. Those are fucking hilarious. I love those movies.
Yeah,
too.
that's hilarious.
I wouldn't call them horror movies either.
Nah,
They're dope. Like the Bill Murray scene is one of my favorite scenes in period. Bill Murray death scene, Zombieland 1. Probably he's in the movie for 4 minutes, and it's probably the greatest 4 minutes of all time. Man.
Bill Murray is such an icon.
You know why Jaws was so wildly popular?
Why?
Because it's the reality of Jaws. We live in a world where there's people in this world that feel like, oh, okay, we're having a good time. We should be able to go out in the water. We have a good time. Oh, the sharks are way out there. They're not. They don't think about humans, and no, and then you just. And next thing you know, the reality of that situation.
Hamburger.
The reality of that situation. One thing you should probably check out if you get time to is look at the USS Indianapolis story. There's books in the top of books.
Yeah, they ate the fuck up.
Yeah, bro. Like you I don't get in the ocean like that, bro.
I want to go home.
I was just gonna ask if are you an avid swimmer?
I can swim like a fish, bro, but I'm not in the ocean.
In the ocean is a different story. I know what you mean.
That was Jaws that they was telling that story about the Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
That was bro. Like that's real, bro. You I don't give a fuck how arrogant we are on top of this earth and how I'll get in the ocean. There's nothing.
Shit. Hamburger humans are.
That's out there then. I seen this. There's a video right now. If you all you gotta do is put in the words, "Lady gets eaten by a great white outside of a cruise ship." That's all you gotta do. There's a lady that there's people jumping off the side of the boat, and it was somebody with a little yacht or something.
Oh, your ass a donut. You on your own, bitch.
It was a nice yacht. They went out there a little far. They wasn't that far off the coast, but they was deep enough in the water where people was just jumping off the side of the boat, partying. You hear music.
Mm-hmm. All fun and games till somebody gets ate by a fucking shark.
Yeah, some chunky broad named Amber decides she's gonna jump off.
Of course it is.
And she jumped in that motherfucker, and everybody, next thing you know, she starts screaming, and everybody starts seeing the blood coming up around her, and then she gets snatched under the water. It was real life Jaws, bro.
Mm-hmm. Shit, shark went a little white meat.
You go out to any vacation spot where there's water.
Well, no. Here's the thing, Nomad. Don't get it twisted and just pick on the great white sharks in the South Oceans. Let's look at going camping up where like bears live or wolves.
Stupid.
Or anything where they have teeth and claws and are in their element. And as human beings, we ain't where we're supposed to be.
Save the pogs, save the world.
You know, so sharks will eat your ass up. Bears will eat your ass up. Wolves, what was that? The Gray? Remember that movie, The Gray? With Liam Neeson?
Mm.
You know, they got stuck up there in the wilderness, and the wolf pack was like, hamburger. Oh, we'd like to taste a human. You know what I mean? So any place you need to go on this planet, okay, Cliff down there with them gators. Them gators will eat your ass. You know what I'm saying? Crocs, gators, pythons, whatever the fuck, they will eat you.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw.
Basically, wherever Mother Nature is untamed, whether it be,
any of them places, don't fuck around.
Yeah, well, so whether it be in the water, in the ocean, whether it be in a lake, whether it be alligators, whether it be in the forest where there's bears and wolves, and pumas and fucking mountain lions and all that shit. Why test fate?
Don't be going to Africa fucking around. You know how much shit can eat you down there?
Or Australia. Shit.
Man. Oh, I want to go and put a shrimp on a Barbie. Yeah, you the shrimp on the Barbie, you stupid fucker. Like, you better stay at home, have a Foster's. And
I think arrogance of people have made us venture out into places and test fate like that. And then they, you know, next thing you know, some lion or tiger kills them or whatever it is. And now everybody in the world is looking for the lion or tiger or whatever it is that killed them, looking to make an example out of him.
Right.
Like that motherfucker was being himself.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck.
And then you know how many they got to kill before they found the right one. And it's like we gutted it, didn't no remains. Oh, we found the right one. Now that's 3-4 dead. You know, for doing what they do in their territory. But humans, you know, we get a very high opinion of ourselves.
I'm gonna fuck out there.
And you know the high opinion, like Cliff talking about. Well, we don't worry about the gators because they're more afraid of us than we are of them, unless it's mating season.
Yeah.
So you're talking about you don't know when the gator's gonna be horny, and if he's horny, that's your ass. Or in a couple different ways, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. But yeah, you know what I mean? Don't mess with no horny gator.
It's a whole different story.
Mother Nature has rules.
Oh, here's a horror movie for you, Nomad. The Birds.
Nah, that ain't gonna do nothing for me.
I heard about this one, man. I heard it's
that's Alfred Hitchcock.
I was talking to my mom about that one, man. Way back in the days, she was like, that movie scared me seriously.
I've read a couple Alfred Hitchcock books. That big nose motherfucker don't do nothing for me.
But yeah, guess what? They were fucking birds, and guess what they can do? Fly down and swoop on your ass and pick out your goddamn eyeball.
Shit.
That probably freaks you out, man. That I read that book. That big nose motherfucker ain't got nothing for it. I read a few Alfred Hitchcock books. They ain't got nothing for me, man. It's just his image.
I can't remember the Alfred Hitchcock music anymore.
He's a big nose motherfucker. It sounds like this, Trips. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, Mother Nature and the animals under her domain eat what we have on our bones, you know, flesh. You know, they don't give a shit about how much money we make, what jobs we got, if we got a family. It's like they hungry. And we're dinner. And they can and will eat you.
Man. All right, man. We can go on for the next 2 hours talking about horror.
Ooh, especially those people that be getting down in the water in those cages, talking about let me poke the shark. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I shouldn't have got Trip started. I ignited his ass.
I don't know. I don't see the purposes to tempt fate to prove that you're alive. You know, that just doesn't make sense to me because fate could be like, you know what? Oh, you want to get on this bungee cord over the bridge? Guess what? Faulty bungee cord. Now you're dead. Or, you know, guess what? The asshole that tied up the bungee cord was hung over from last night's tequila escapades, and now you're dead. Your family can sue him, sure. But there's no need to be on the goddamn bungee cord in the first goddamn place.
That's a good question. Would y'all consider the alien movies horror movies, though?
No, not for me. But
you mean like the Romulus alien?
What you missing and what you talking about is the drugs. Motherfuckers that get them there. It's the drugs.
I'm talking Aliens 1, 2, and 3.
Well, yeah, I would think
Because,
those were
like, when
horror
the
movies.
when the
Well, no, a lot of these people do those things in place of drugs. The adrenaline rush is the drugs. Those endorphins from that rush of I'm almost dying and tempting fate. That's their
That's
high,
a
the
good point.
exhilaration.
That's a good fucking point. That rush that people these adrenaline junkies, man.
There's seals out in San Diego. I thought
What?
seals was like a cold. Sorry, like the scrolls was talking about seals out there killing people.
Seals.
Yeah, not
Sea lions, probably.
Sea lions. Well, shit, whatever. They in their water. It's like, look, the sharks can eat us, but we can eat humans.
Not how you kill a husband.
Shit rolls downhill, human beings.
You imagine being an animal in this world and trying to exist around humans and how many pieces of shit they run into from a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. Literally,
what animal you are, man. Because like
coming to fucking with our cubs. Shit.
I'm just letting y'all know. Raccoons, they don't care. They don't give a shit.
They get your ass.
They're coming up.
But what was there was that TikTok, one of those TikTok peoples that went and took some animal's cubs and was like holding it up on camera and shit, and the mama animal wasn't feeling it. It was like going after her ass, and now of course the girl's the victim because this animal attacked her. It's like, well, you was holding her baby.
Hold her baby, dummy.
You know what I mean? And so humans are just a lot of us are stupid. Don't hey, don't come at me. Look at your friends, families, neighbors, co-workers. You know a lot of stupid motherfuckers in your life. Guess what? They have in common. They're all human beings. And then going out into the wild, fucking with these animals that ain't fucking with them. Whether it be in the water, up in the sky, wherever. Hey, stay in your lane, human beings. Stay in your lane.
I respect my house cat because she's a wild creature.
Well, hunt your ass.
She can hurt. You know what
and
I mean?
She'll take your soul while you sleep.
That's one of the movies you've seen or something. But man, you know what? That's why this is why I love doing this show. This is why I hate doing it at the same time, because it always takes us to these levels, man. And it's hard to get off of them because we get into real human conversations outside of football and inside of football. And we just get to talking about everything that relates to our lives and what's going on in our psyches. Why do we like horror movies? Why do we like sci-fi movies? What is it about sci-fi movies or horror movies that really, really intrigues us? All that stuff is, it makes us who we are individually. Like Triple R is a certain individual based on things he's seen and experienced in his life. So as kids, his brain is wired a certain way. And we all are wired a certain way based on our experiences and how we became the individuals that we are. And it's got all kinds of layers to it, too many to count. But all this shit makes up us, and we start talking about children and our kids and all that kind of stuff. What kind of people are they? What is it that make them them? What kind of experiences have they had? They ain't you, but you just trying to teach them the best way that you know how, and that's your way. Through your experiences. All that stuff was talked about here tonight, wasn't it?
And also, looking at Carl Williams, looking out for his son Caleb, the way Kez looks out for his daughter and his son. Sometimes it's tough love, sometimes it's a hug, but it's always supportive. And there are different ways that parents parent. Jaden Daniels' mama is like, nah, you ain't messing with these hoes out here. And she's looking out for her boy. Everybody, we make fun of him. It's like, ah, ha, ha. But hey, she's teaching him the right way, like leave these hoes alone because they ain't no good. And we know a bunch of hoes that ain't no good because all they out is trying to get that money. See him as a paycheck or a lottery ticket kind of thing. So, I mean, parenting, we all have our different styles. But one thing that we all displayed, and I think that we can all agree that Carl Williams does is he loves his son. And he wants to put him in the best position possible. And that's how I'll bring it back to the Bears and the topic at hand with the wrap up that Nomad was so eloquently putting together.
Yeah, what they said. I was just checking out Jaden Daniels' mom in the meantime.
Oh damn!
Wow.
She can get it. Is that what you're trying to say, kids?
I didn't say that, but you
trying
said
to say you're gonna distract her for Jaden's sake?
I'm not going to argue with that. I am going to quote my good friend the Scrolls from the chat and say that, save the Pogs, save the world.
Miss Canuck, don't pay no attention to kids.
She's a pog.
Shit, Cocaine Bear. Tell him
some salami, but he ain't gonna do it.
And should give an 8-ball to Otis Wilson. See what happens.
Wow. All right, y'all. So yeah, Scrolls, cold-blooded Scrolls. Hey man, give me a little bit of time to get the hell out of here. And yeah, I'm with it. I'm kind of with it. She got some fresh gear too, man.
Hey man, be careful who you slide the salami to, man. There's too many diseases out here.
Chgo bitties,
especially for old motherfuckers like you, man. You don't be fucking.
This guy is giving me STD advice in my 40s. Thanks for coming out, bro.
You ain't riding.
I did health class in like 1988. I'm
and because you are old, it's STI now. That's the new way.
It's not the VD. They don't call it the VD.
No, they don't, old
The
timer.
VD no more. We move forward. We change the acronym.
You just don't get a shot in the ass and keep it moving.
So before we close the show, I'd just like to say I'm kind of sick of the like super friendly acronyms. I'm just about over them. So today I was confronted with MAID. I'll leave that up to you guys. You just figure out what MAID is.
MAID?
MAID. Doesn't it sound like hey, like we're doing good shit. It's MAID.
Somebody
that come out and clean your house. Say what?
Somebody that comes to your house and works.
Like that's
MAID.
That's what a maid is. Somebody who comes to your house and does work. Sometimes she's naked or topless.
I got it, maid.
Most of the time they're wearing clothes.
French maids, yeah.
MAID is an acronym for something. It sounds like a nice thing. It ain't nice. I'm sick of it.
On your brain, man. You gotta stop that.
What's that?
Say no to porn, man. I haven't watched it in too long to even remember.
It's not porn if you pay for them to come to your house.
No,
it's real life. It's real life.
Porn. It's not even about the service industry no more in porn. Like the pizza delivery guy and the mechanic when you don't have enough money to pay, or the French maids. It's all about the step in-laws and siblings.
They also have like strippers at the barbershop now too. It's real life. There's real life weird stuff going out there. You can pay for things to happen. Money talks, bullshit walks. I'm just saying, MAID, check it out. It's not good. Fuck the acronyms. Clip Victoria, shout out to you. Cam C, shout out to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. The good minister Charles Johnson lasted the entire show from front to back. Big ups to you as always, sir. Thank you for supporting what we do every single time. It's Crimson with the Wrench was rolling with us deep again, just about as long as you were too, man, Minister Charles. Shout outs to both of you guys. One more time for the Scrolls, because Scrolls, you keep me laughing every single time we do this damn show. Mr. Mayhem jumped in, Smitty Q jumped in as well. Shout outs to both of you. Dan Brown, big ups to you. If I didn't say Clip Victoria, I will say it again. Thanks for the Seinfeld comments, as well as the food, and big ups to Mark Wallace, because comb the desert.
Hold on, time out, kids. Time out.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, I have no intention of making any shorts coming out of this show. Should I make shorts, you guys? Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. I don't know if I should. This has been a dicey ass show. I would just say
it dicey?
I'm gonna listen to the chat. If they say make some shorts, if they say no, leave that shit alone. Leave it to this goddamn.
That it's hard pulling out short
take on Caleb Williams. I'm just saying.
I have no idea how much I have to edit these shits.
Right. Because I mean, out of 4 hours, a take could be, 30 seconds long. And so you got to go through and find that stuff. And then it's like, is this fire? Is this not fire? You know what I mean? So if in the chat, the No Maniacs, whenever you're watching the show, just hit the comments. And it's like, clip worthy sequence from this time to this time that you think is worthy to put out there as a short. So I mean, if you think that Nomad or Kids or myself or whoever's on the show had some, really hot take or insightful comment or, whatever, put that in the comments and it'd be like, clip worthy and then time that shit out. That could help as well.
Yep,
Man.
4 hours, AC, man. That's a long ass show. And we
Shout
have
out to
we
you,
have
AC.
fun doing it. It's not like we do it and it's like, oh God, we gotta do 4 hours. No, these 4 hours come easy because we a bunch of shit talkers. Truly. We like to talk shit, and that's why this show is fun. You know what I mean? Some extra sauce. You guys have no idea how much I look forward to it every week because I can kind of let loose and be me. And these guys are the same. It's not like we don't do it on other shows, but this one is customly designed for us to really let loose and be ourselves, man. So it's so fun doing it. 4 hours seem like to me it ain't nothing. I don't know how y'all feel about it. It's like nothing to me.
Mm-hmm. Could you imagine being in some place in Alaska and a polar bear is like, hey, you look like a big fat ass seal. Come here. What you gonna do?
You see what I mean?
What you gonna do?
Wow.
You see what I mean? As soon as we get ready to get out of here go Trips. Here go Triple Lock.
It's too funny. And
Give me a
like
shot.
this chat's crazy, bro. I'm scrolling through just laughing at stuff. Minister Charles called us out tonight, and it's super fun. I don't know where it went, but he's like, "You boy, here we go. Yeah, I'm right on it. You boys talking real fruity right now." I just had to pull that up because as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is one of the funniest comments that could possibly be tonight.
Hey y'all.
That one got past me. I didn't see that.
That was super funny. Hey, y'all talking super fruity right now. Shout out to Levante Rogers, man. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. He's a supernova maniac. Shout out to Mark Wallace as well. We lit you up a little while ago. Glad to have you. Please like, share, subscribe, and do exactly the same. We are multicasting as always at Ken's the Canuck on YouTube live and direct. We have been for the last 4 hours. Give me a little bit of love, man. Show me some love. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a subscribe, please. I would appreciate it. We're on the way to 80. We're trying to head to 100. We're trying to break 500 when we get Superflex up and running and rolling. Soon to be coming at you. Do the exact same
thing. Hey, kids.
Yo.
Do you know that people with pets that have passed away, and that when they discovered the bodies, that the kitties and or dogs have taken chunks out of their meat?
Why?
Because they was hungry.
Oh.
And so they ate that meat. So
you mean just like if people are just dead in the house and the cats are like the dogs, they're hungry,
right? And the dogs are still alive, or cats are still alive. Because the person passed away, wasn't there to fill up Fido's bowl no more.
It's like that homie who got stranded on the mountain and he had to eat his own arm to live. That guy, same kind of shit. You can't even. Blame
so it's like the wildness of the animal and those hunger pains. Yeah, your pet cat, your pet dog will fucking eat you. Have a nice night, y'all. All right, go ahead, Cats. Cats carry on.
A wild way to sum it all up at the end of the show here. Rex Smith, shout out to you, bro. Remember, your pet may eat you if you die. Cornelius Squalls, number 2, no maniac. My guys out there with us tonight came through, spent a little bit of time with us. Who else we got out there? Oh, Florida Bears fan all over the chat tonight, making it real. Jojo Loco came in. That's 5150. Jojo Loco came through, did the darn thing, represented as per normal. If you're out there on Twitter watching us, please like, share, subscribe. Hit the handsome man in the center there. Hit his YouTube. Give him a little bit of love. He needs you. So does Dobbsy 34. He doesn't necessarily need any of you, but he likes the show, and I think the rest of y'all do as well. Shout out to Nick Rembert for coming through a little bit earlier on. Always a pleasure, Nick. Dante Purify was with us doing the darn thing in the chat, keeping it real. Chicago's finest as well. Shout out to our guy, Crooked Commish. He's out there doing the darn thing. who else we got out there, man? Big Sam O's live and direct in New Hampshire, checking out the sisters. You didn't hear that from me. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm not.
Samuel, he's in a motel for the week by himself. You know how much he's abusing himself right now, just throwing it all over the walls.
Samuel, too nasty ass.
Right?
We went too far. Too far. You gotten too far, man. Aunt Mass jumped in with us, did the darn thing, and he dipped. Big love to you, Aunt Mass. Always good to have you on the show, man. Paul Rodriguez was holding it down with us for a little bit tonight, too. Shout out to Puerto Rico and all that. Who else we got out there, man? Anybody else? Oh, no love for Don Burr. But Frank Q was in the building. Good props to Frank Q. I think that just about rounds. Oh, Jacob Ponda Don was rolling with us too. Man, shout out to all you guys, including Derek Guy. He's a Super No Maniac. You should be a Super No Maniac. You should also subscribe to Sports Chicago Style and help the homie above me too. Hey, man, be sure to help the sexy man in the middle too.
For the record, we've been 4 hours strong and we never had any less than, I'm talking about at that 1 hour mark, we never had less than 90 people in here. We've been up to 110, 115 people in here, maybe 120, I'm not sure. But we're still sitting at 95. So that tells me a whole lot. That means people really into what we talk about. And I just had to interrupt Trips before he went, just to get that in there, man. That's important.
Right. Yeah, right. I appreciate it. Good looking out, everybody. Because Samo, he going in the bathroom talking about all these little bitty bottles of shampoo.
Oops, I put the wrong graphic up, man.
Those are very oily and slick. Lubricant, if you will. You know how you do it when you go and be in hotels and stuff on the road. You had that nasty hotel sex if you with your partner. And as I say partner, that's everybody included. It's all love. Or, if you by yourself, it's like you just do things to yourself that you just don't normally do at home. And then you don't care. You just smear it everywhere. You know how it goes. But yeah, thanks for everybody tuning in. And Sports Chicago Style, that's the channel. Come on through, show some love. All right,
shout out to Crimson. He said $4.99 a month is a bargain for this content. You ain't lying. You know what?
What's a bargain?
I'm starting to get a little irritated by we don't get the kind of love that I know we deserve because we put so much into this content. And I'm starting to think about moving this to another place. Really. I am. Because this content to me, and thanks to people like Crimson says, $4.99 a month is a bargain for this kind of content. Where else you gonna get this kind of conversation at? Where? Just want to know. I just want to know this kind of well-rounded, in-depth, detailed football conversation that you're looking for. On top of that, layer the icing on this thing, talking about the other stuff, the food, the fun, the ups, the downs of life. Come on, man. The intrigue, the psyche of minds. Where are you going to get this stuff at? Crimson, I hate to pat myself on the back or ourselves on the back, but you are absolutely right. It's too cheap.
Home the desert.
It's too cheap. So enjoy it now, man. Enjoy it now. That's all I can say. That's my thoughts on this. You really, I mean, where we're gonna go with this show is we'll see. But I'm telling you guys right now, this is real easy. Just come to the show, enjoy it. We do need donations do help us, man. This donations helps this channel in a bunch of different ways. So many different ways that I can't count. I just want to put that out there for the world. Chips, are you done giving out your pleasantry before I finish this up?
Remember that movie? It might have been one of the Saw movies, but rats, which are in abundance in every major city. If they posse up, They will fucking eat you.
You know what?
Rats.
It's funny you just brought that up because there's a whole bunch of people, and it might be a few of them in here in this chat tonight, that are really, really anti-government, that are really, really anti-establishment. Anything close to norms, they are against it. Why? Because they are feeding into an energy that's kind of popular right now. And I say this to people all the time, and I'll say this one more time on this show. You think you don't want government. You think you don't want norms. You think you don't want structure. You don't think you want regulation. You think we need to do away with everything, just tear up everything because I like rage. Guess what happens when you don't? Think about what happens in a few weeks when you don't have.
Wait a minute. So you're saying you like government?
Listen, man, let me finish this. Don't give me that shit right now. Let me do my thing.
All right. I'm just
what
asking.
Happens when you don't have government and you don't have regulations is the question. It's not that I like government. I appreciate government for a certain amount of reasons. What happens when you don't have anybody picking up your trash? What happens when you got, food and all those kind of products? To Tripp's point, all of that shit's starting to gang up. You can only burn so much of that shit. That's what people will start doing, trying to burn up everything. And that's going to accelerate how fucked up this world can be. That's just going to accelerate it. What happens if you don't have people taking care of those kind of things? There's regulations in government for a reason. You know what happens? These small children start getting nibbled on and eaten on and attacked by rats because they will fucking infiltrate. They will infiltrate your home. I don't care how beautiful it is, how well taken care of it is. They will find their way to you.
Rats?
Rats.
Yeah, rats. Real talk. That they live down up in the sewers. You know what I mean? Then they can come up into your crib through any kind of a hole in the foundation or through the plumbing, and then they nibble on newborn babies. This is a thing that happens more often than you think.
We know about that real around here.
This is why Shredder created the Foot Clan.
Dog, you making a joke out of it. That's real talk, man. Like without government, you don't have safe drinking water. You don't have safe. Yeah, you don't have safe
attack.
Yeah, you don't have safe drinking waters. You will have rats that will attack. You will have no food regulations. You're talking about, okay, we live in a society where we expect that whoever is processing these meats that we love to eat and this food that we love to eat, they're doing it safely.
Right. Well, hold on, but hold on, no, Matt. Here's where the dichotomy comes in of government versus bad government. There was a deal to sell U.S. beef to someplace overseas in the UK, I believe. But the UK was like, wait, what are your parameters for safety? And they was like, oh, the USDA government approved a certain amount of rat feces to be in the meat. If you get this much rat feces, you good. But if you get more than this, that's bad. But this amount is good. And they was like, nah, we want our beef with no rat feces.
Yes, rat feces free beef would be
exactly.
Awesome.
So the government is looking out to the point where it's like, look, we're trying to make it as safe as we can. But the industry and the lobbyists and the money within the government that's being pumped in there is like, look, man, we can try and make it safe, but like you kill us overhead if we got to get rid of all the rat shit. You know what I mean? We got to have a little bit of rat shit, and they compromise with, okay, you can have a little bit of rat shit.
So
you know what I mean? So the government is a necessary thing, but it's not all knowing and all perfect. There's many things that need to be fixed, upgraded, enhanced, but to Nomad's point, not having it there at all, now we're back to the fucking Stone Ages, and and now you live downriver from me. Guess what? I'm gonna piss and shit all in my stream and not give a fuck because there's no regulations and everybody downstream enjoy it.
You know what? What frightens me more than anything is the laissez-faire attitudes about it. Like it's nothing. Fucking we this you know, this energy around it that like it's this imagination that we need to get rid of government, we need to overthrow this, and we need to turn over that. We don't need this, we don't need. You don't know what the fuck you need because you're comfortable. Motherfucker, you're making a good amount of money, you're living well, you got a nice home, you're probably in the suburbs, you're comfortable. You got any kind of vehicle that you want, you eat anything that you want, you drink anything you want, anytime you want. You move around the world or around the country, state to state, on a highway system that was concocted by a government with regulations. You think it's just nothing. We don't need government. Anybody fool enough to believe that government is unnecessary, you deserve what if that was to, and hopefully that never happens. But that is such a foolhardy way of thinking. I mean, stupid. I mean, stupid beyond measure. I mean, really, really stupid. I just want to put that out to the world, and I'm not giving you any particular.
I mean, people use government services all the time and don't think about it.
You don't even realize
you get sick or having you down 911. Who is that? Who you calling? You calling the government?
Without government, we be cutting each other's throats.
911 is a joke.
Yeah, that's the name of the song. Thank you.
Yeah, but his Flavor Flav had an OD up in the crib. Who'd he call? 911 to take his ass to a hospital.
That's because Flavor Flav smokes crack. Bro, I'm just. I don't know how we got into a political topic here. We don't want to do this. We're trying to end the show.
We're not going political, kids. Don't go
right,
there.
but we're just trying to say, don't.
This ain't political. That's what I was just about to say. This is not about a political subscription, left, right, or in between. I don't know how the fuck we got to that space anyway. But the truth is, regulations, government. It's not that I think, Richard. It's not that I think government has great intentions. No. That's not what I'm saying. But I think a certain level of good government, a level of good government is necessary for us to function as decent human beings, live in a decent functioning society. There's got to be a certain level. These kids don't do that, man, because I know where you want to go.
No, I don't.
We ain't got time for that, man.
I want to end this show, but
we ain't got time for where you.
There's a part of this that you're skipping over, and it's money.
It was
capitalism itself. Capitalism
got nothing to do with what I just said.
It has everything to do with it because there's nothing wrong. Give me a second. There's nothing wrong with government outside of the fact that people can be bought. That's the problem. If a human being is in a situation where he can make a buttload of cash, he's going to, and that's where the rat poop in the meat shows up. It's literally that simple. So if you remove the buyability or the capitalism out of the government, then you have socialism, and it's a problem.
Yes, we don't.
So I don't know what the fix is. There's got to be some level of government.
We don't.
We got to figure out what it looks
need
like.
a government.
Look at us.
I just ended the conversation. I'm not saying there shouldn't be. I'm not saying there shouldn't be government. But I'm just letting you know. It's either a capitalist system or a communist system.
We don't need a government corruption 101.
Well, no, so basically what we need is a hybrid of this system and that system and removal of the corruption.
What you need is a removal of the corruption. That's really where everything starts.
We can all agree there.
You got some fly paper to get it all out. Until then, that's just a dumbass conversation right now. It's going to exist until it's not. Because it's going to be corruption anytime there's money. Anytime there's money moving around, there's going to be some corruption. Period. There ain't no sense in getting into this rigmarole about corruption. Does it exist or does it not? Yeah, fuck.
No, it exists.
That's also the issue of why the government doesn't work as well as it could or should because of the corruption.
Yeah.
But we've gotten to a place where it's got to one extreme or the other. Okay, it's corruption over here, and then we need to go way over here. That's that ridiculous shit right there. That's ridiculous, man. All we need to do is see, I'd say, a couple 3 weeks to 6 weeks of no government, and people will be begging for that shit.
So would you believe
I would not. But
Would you?
we got to get off the show, kids. I shouldn't have
I don't know
started
why
this.
you open this.
All
can
I
of
was trying to do was close, and y'all.
worms. You went the wrong. That's the worst close. But let's close it. Out.
Can I close?
Let's close it out.
I know we're all a part in this show, but at a certain point, we got to close.
Let's close it out.
Golly, I would love to keep talking. How about this, man? We will pocket this conversation about government or not, and how about this? Let's make a little compromise, fellas. When we bring this conversation up on the next Extra Sauce, we'll do our best to keep it out of politics and just talk about the generalities of government.
I don't want to do that. Let's stick to football.
You interrupted me. Let's talk about the generalities of government and what government does for people that helps people, especially elderly people who don't have any control and they depend on it, versus not having government and no guardrails whatsoever. Let's just talk about the generalities of that and what that would be like and leave politics out of it. Just that alone is enough of a conversation. Trust me when I tell you. All right. So we'll get out of this conversation like this, man. We said all that stuff tonight just for me to say this, man. Listen, whoever you are, wherever you are, and next week we'll do a little bit of checking in and find out who and where you're located at and what's going on around you. We haven't checked in a long time on any of these shows. We'll get a locale conversation. Where are you at? You in Puerto Rico? You in Europe? You in Canada? Wherever you are, and let's have conversations about that. I think that's a good thing to do. We haven't done that in a while. We started the show having conversations like that, but we need to do a little bit more of it.
Wait, we got a few comments on the way out. Richard Long said, you opened up a hornet's nest. I want to close it down. And then Mark Wallace said, people can't even put down their phones for 5 minutes and you want to get rid of government?
Right.
And Crimson said, let's talk about the Arlington Heights government and how they're going to invest in infrastructure for the new stadium.
I'm on Crimson.
Enough conversation to have another 4 hours worth of conversation. Just trust me when I tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to leave you guys with this and tell you guys that I love you all, and I really, really, and I speak for everybody here on the Nomad Network, everybody here on Some Extra Sauce. When I say we love you, we appreciate you. We wish you wellness, happiness, and just good vibes all the way around your families, everybody. We appreciate what you do. We want to give you a little precursor to what's going to happen on Sunday. Hopefully Sam will come on Triple R because I did finalize we got an SI, somebody from Sports Illustrated is going to come on, and he's Sports Illustrated Giants. And he was supposed to come on a couple of weeks ago, even when we were doing the draft coverage, and some stuff happened. And I just wanted to really, give that guy, his just due, because things didn't happen the way it should have. And I want to kind of redeem ourselves for that. And we'll do that Sunday on Nomad at night, man. So come for that. Make sure you come for that, because that's going to be a hell of a conversation all within itself. And you guys will enjoy it. And I just want to say thank you again. I appreciate you guys again, and leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. Well, with that being said, we are out.